From this moment onward, consider this space ours. Outsiders, hit the road. Hold up, what's the deal here? What's got both of you fired up? Right after my mother's funeral, my mother-in-law and sister-in-law launched into a relentless tirade against me. My husband tried to intervene, but they kept on going. You're being deceived. Maybe someone's got you under a spell, they jeered. Yep, it's all because your mom coddled you. She's the one who molded you into this. It's all on her. When they started disrespecting my late mother, I snapped. I can handle them trash-talking me, but I won't stand for it when it comes to my mom. I'm Kathy, 35 years young. My husband David, just a tad older, and I crossed paths at work and tied the knot 5 years back. We used to share our space with my mom, creating quite the dynamic household. Looking back, these past 5 years have been a whirlwind. It all started at my dad's real estate firm half a decade ago. With a knack for understanding the ebb and flow of both people and money, I pursued economics in college and applied that know-how to my career. Yet, amidst my strides, there were whispers. Some attributed my success solely to my parentage, dubbing me the boss's daughter instead of acknowledging me by name. And then there was David, the golden boy of sales in the same company, drawing attention from all corners, leaving me on the receiving end of more than a few icy glares. Don't get me wrong, I'm not naive enough to claim all my achievements as solely my own. It's the collective effort of those around me. Still, it grated on me, being boxed in as just the boss's daughter. These trying times, my father passed away. With my brother stepping into the shoes as president, the disdainful glances directed at me only grew sharper. Must have botched something up if your brother's taking the reins now. Guess we'll just call you the president's sister, huh? Normally, I might have brushed it off, but in the wake of my father's funeral, those words cut deep. Mentally exhausted, I found myself grappling with a singular question. What do I truly desire? Even as I tried to soldier on, I felt a void, a lack of inspiration. And then, almost impulsively, I uttered those fateful words to my husband David. I want to be an investor. Instead of dismissing my seemingly outrageous aspiration, he stood by me, offering his unwavering support. When I confessed to my mom my desire to quit my job and delve into investing, her response stung. You should have pursued what you love from the start, without fretting over your father. Despite the rawness of my father's passing, her words felt like a wake-up call. Previously consumed by the negatives, her smile ignited a newfound resolve within me, one that cared little for the opinions of others. Amidst the chaos of funerals, estate settlements, relocations, and a whirlwind of tasks, I embarked on my journey as an investor. It wasn't all smooth sailing from the get-go, but with the unwavering support of my calm and cheerful husband and my mother's encouraging presence, I pressed on. With a combination of my savings and my father's inheritance, my investments began to bear fruit. Over the years, my income soared far beyond what I earned at my previous job, leading to a deeply fulfilling life. Yet amidst this joy, two shadows loomed large: my mother-in-law and sister-in-law, constant sources of concern. My sister-in-law, 3 years senior to my husband and 4 to me, remains unmarried. Since David and I decided to tie the knot, her demeanor suggested she wasn't exactly thrilled. Even my mother-in-law seemed to view me as nothing more than a privileged daddy's girl, despite my equal footing in the workforce. Despite my father's CEO status, each visit to my in-laws was met with snide remarks. Being the coddled princess, I bet you're useless at housework. It's a woman's duty, you know. Spare David the trouble. Mother-in-law, my own mother taught me well, so I'm quite capable. Besides, with both of us working, David and I share responsibilities. It was his suggestion, actually. But my mother-in-law wouldn't hear of it. Even my sister-in-law couldn't contain her frustration in my presence, insisting it's absurd for a woman to marry yet make her husband do chores. After my father-in-law's passing, my relationship with my mother-in-law and sister-in-law took a nosedive. Must be nice, living off David's earnings and lazing about at home. I'm dealing with so much since my husband's gone. How come you get to live so carefree, Kathy? Mother-in-law, as I've explained before, I earn my keep as an investor. I'm far from idling. If you're truly struggling, I'd suggest finding a way to manage your own finances. Besides, having kids isn't the sole measure of a woman's worth. With my father-in-law's demise, my mother-in-law's fixation on money intensified. She seemed resentful of my perceived ease, despite my commitment to my work as an investor. Yet I wasn't inclined to hand over any cash. Every visit to the in-laws revealed more lavish purchases, making it clear where any allowance would end up. I loved David, a man of unwavering trust, and I chose to shield him from the truth about his family. There came a moment when I found solace in confiding in my own mother. Why can't I conceive? The weight of uncertainty as I approached 35, coupled with incessant inquiries from my mother-in-law about when will you start a family, became overwhelming. Her hurtful words labeling me as useless echoed in my mind, and I couldn't contain my frustration. So I poured out my heart to my mother, seeking understanding. Well, I had you when I was 35, so there's no need to worry. Timing is in God's hands, dear. He'll guide us when the time is right. Her comforting words lifted a burden from my soul. From then on, even amidst my mother-in-law's persistent mentions of children, I found reassurance. Children, after all, are a precious blessing. After enduring 5 tumultuous years, a sense of calm finally settled in. Then, unexpectedly, my world was rocked once more by the sudden passing of my mother. Struck by a subarachnoid hemorrhage, she, my guiding light, slipped away, leaving me engulfed in sorrow. David, my steadfast companion through years of shared life, seemed equally shaken. Despite his kindness and support, the funeral arrived before we could fully grasp the void left by my mother's absence. As mourners gathered to bid farewell to my mother, a former executive at the company my brother now led, among them stood my mother-in-law and sister-in-law. It appeared they had chosen a moment when David was absent. "No need for you to be here, Dolan," my mother-in-law remarked curtly, offering no condolences. They proceeded to sign the register, leaving me stunned by their callousness. Yet upon David's return, their demeanor shifted instantly. "You might be struggling, but Kathy's shock is likely even greater. You need to be there for her," they'd insist, seemingly mindful of my emotions. Later, as exhaustion from the whirlwind of recent days weighed heavily on me, the doorbell pierced the quiet of our home. My husband, ever considerate, answered it, assuming my mother-in-law and sister-in-law had come to offer support. Without a moment's hesitation, he ushered them inside. As they entered the living room, their glances towards me twisted into unpleasant smirks, and then came words I never expected. "From today onwards, this is our domain. Outsiders need to leave, Mom," David exclaimed, his surprise evident. My mother-in-law's words poured forth unabated. "Until now, we've tolerated your presence because your mom was here, but now, only jobless Kathy remains. If you let yourself be leached by such a woman, you'll ruin yourself. We'll move in with you, so you need to divorce Kathy." "Mom, what are you saying? Especially now, and what do you mean by jobless?" "I've explained countless times that Kathy is an investor. When you say investor, it sounds like she has a real job, but let's be honest, isn't she just dabbling in stocks? How could such a woman be a wife? You could do so much better." "Wait a second, what's all this about bad-mouthing Kathy? What exactly are you two insinuating?" "Kathy earns her own keep. Don't belittle her efforts. You're the ones being misled. You've been under Kathy's mom's influence all this time. Haven't you been brainwashed?" "That's right. Kathy's turned out this way because her mom spoiled her. I can see why David defends her. It's her mom's fault for raising her like this." As my sister-in-law and mother-in-law continued their disparagement of my mom, my simmering anger finally boiled over. I could endure their insults directed at me, but I refused to tolerate any disrespect towards my mom. "Stop tarnishing the memory of my late mother," I seethed, glaring at them. Yet they both grinned smugly, showing no hint of remorse. Fine, we get it. You don't want us talking about your mom, huh? Now that the mom who always sided with you and allowed you to be a recluse is gone, it must be tough to face the truth." My fists clenched, trembling with suppressed rage. Taking a deep breath to rein in my emotions, I prepared to fire back, but before I could speak, it was David who stepped in. "That's enough, Mom. Stop speaking ill of Kathy," David interjected firmly, addressing both my mother-in-law and sister-in-law. "Kathy isn't a recluse. She's a legitimate investor. My mother-in-law and I have been supporting Kathy's endeavors from the start. If Kathy were just fooling around, neither of us would have stood for it." Even my mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and I couldn't conceal our surprise at David's uncharacteristically stern tone. My mother-in-law seemed taken aback, scrambling to offer excuses. "Don't be so upset. Nevertheless, Kathy's lifestyle thus far has been sustained by your income, hasn't it? You've provided her with a privileged life, even buying her this lavish condo." Poor David. If you move in with us, we'll take care of all the household chores. Just give us a small allowance. That's all we need. Isn't that right, Mom? My mother-in-law's words were cut short by David's flustered voice. This apartment belongs to Kathy. What? My mother-in-law's incredulous cry filled the room, her surprise impossible to conceal. She scrutinized David with wide eyes, as if seeking confirmation. This apartment belongs to Kathy. When did this happen? I never agreed to that. This apartment was part of my father-in-law's legacy, and Kathy inherited it. That's why the title is in her name. Besides, we split the living expenses evenly. I don't understand what you're insinuating, but Kathy earns more than I do. Both my mother-in-law and sister-in-law were taken aback by David's revelation. It was understandable. They couldn't have fathomed that I earned more than him. My mother-in-law's energy waned at David's words, leaving her looking like a deflated balloon. Taking the reins from her, my sister-in-law spoke up. That's impossible. Do investors really make that much? Just by trading stocks as an individual? I can't speak for other investors, but perhaps Kathy has a knack for it. Regardless, the facts remain. How dare you undermine my beloved wife? This is our home. Stop kidding around, both of you. Leave now. Upon hearing David's words, my sister-in-law spiraled into panic. What? Hold on. We came here expecting to move in today. What? Now it was my turn, along with my husband, to exclaim in surprise. You sold our house. Why the sudden decision? You could have at least discussed it with me. We thought we could stay here. And we were strapped for cash. I quit my job, assuming you'd support us. If you don't let us stay, we'll be in serious trouble. Mom, please say something. With pleading eyes fixed on David, my sister-in-law shook her mother, who seemed frozen in shock. But the magnitude of the situation left my mother-in-law in a daze. My sister-in-law, her confidence shattered, now clung to me for support. Hey Kathy, I'm sorry. Please talk to David for me. We can't go on like this. You mentioned you sold your house, so you must have some money saved up, right? I spoke coolly to my clinging sister-in-law, prompting her to lash out at me. Don't act clever. Just because your investments turned out well, don't think you're above everyone else. Know your place. Enough is enough. David's voice boomed, drowning out even my sister-in-law's protests. He fixed a piercing stare on her as she fell silent. Forget about the house. I won't even demand my share. Just leave right now. With that, my husband practically escorted his mother and sister out, firmly locking the door behind them. For a while, we could hear the persistent ringing of the doorbell and pounding on the door, but eventually the noise faded into silence. After that ordeal, word from relatives had it that my mother-in-law and sister-in-law had secured a modest apartment to rent and were now living together. Their old family home, nestled in a remote area, didn't fetch much on the market, given its location and the value of the land. My sister-in-law struggled to land a decent job, and their funds quickly dwindled. Despite their repeated attempts to rely on David and me, we firmly shut the door each time. They resorted to selling off their designer possessions and now reportedly scrape by with part-time jobs, working tirelessly from dawn till dusk. Meanwhile, I've enjoyed the freedom that comes with being an investor, no longer subjected to hurtful remarks. And as my late mother had foretold, we're preparing to welcome a new member into our family next year. Once again, I'm grateful for her timely blessings.
Ugly, incompetent, a gold digger. Get out of my way and get married quickly. My father spewed these harsh words at me as I turned 16. What era does he think we are living in? Unable to fight back, I registered my marriage with a man whose face I didn't even know. A loveless, bland marital life followed, filled with despair. Yet, life is unpredictable. Little did I know, a great reversal awaited me. My name is Lucy. At 35, I bought chocolates for myself, and when my husband asked, "What about mine?" I found myself apologizing. Sorry. I meant to buy some for you when I went to the store, but I got so caught up in picking out mine that I forgot. I'll make it up to him with some nice liquor next time. Yes, that's what I'll do. Nowadays, I live happily in a loving household, but as a child, I hated being at home. This wasn't the case until my sister was old enough to understand. I have a younger sister, Abby, 2 years my junior. From babyhood, she had distinct, well-formed facial features, and everyone expected her to grow up beautiful. Years later, she exceeded all expectations and became incredibly cute. Following our mother's advice, she started working as a child model. Though just local architecture-related commercials and event flyers, it wasn't the child star everyone imagines. However, for my parents, even Abby's minor successes were a great honor, and they paraded her around like a precious accessory, doting on her excessively. Conversely, their interest in me quickly faded. Maybe it was because I closely resembled my father's mother, a robust type from an earlier generation. Abby, with her modern small face and slender limbs, was the complete opposite of me. I felt out of place with my stockier build and rounder figure, even though we ate the same food and I hardly ever snacked differently from the rest of my family. I often envied Abby's looks, but even as a child, I knew comparing myself to others was pointless. I am me. I should focus on my strengths. Even though I was just a child, I tried to think this way, but my parents completely denied my existence. Well, she was the first child, sort of a prototype, you know? Unfortunately, the results were very poor. Once, while they were drunk in the living room, I accidentally overheard my parents slandering me. These words left a long-lasting shadow on my heart, reinforcing the idea that I was just a failed experiment. My beautiful mother was always confident in her looks and cared about her appearance, no matter her age. It would have been fine if she only held herself to high standards, but she was harsh on others too. She spoke with disgust about a neighborhood story where a mother of quintuplets went out to throw away trash early in the morning in her plain t-shirt and pajama pants. This neighbor's husband earned a high salary but was hardly ever home, so she often had visits from what seemed like her mother-in-law, and occasionally, yelling could be heard. Looking back, she was probably being mistreated. Even as a child, I could see she was always having a tough time. What's wrong with managing household chores in pajama pants? If anything, she deserved praise. It was natural, yet sad, that my mother didn't find my unattractive appearance endearing. As I grew up and started receiving an allowance, Abby got $10 while I got nothing. The disparity between us was obvious. For example, during meals, Abby's dishes would be filled with meat, which she liked, while mine were piled high with vegetables, which both of us disliked. My father said nothing about my mother's behavior, and Abby must have realized something was wrong, yet she seemed to enjoy my precarious position. I had no allies at home. Even when Abby broke something, she wasn't scolded, but I was harshly reprimanded for even the smallest mistakes with phrases like, "You're the older sister, you should know better," making me the scapegoat. Even with clothes, it's common for younger siblings to receive hand-me-downs, but in our house, it was clothes that Abby didn't want or that didn't fit her anymore that became mine. As a result, I always wore clothes that were too tight, making my already stocky and plump figure look even worse. Naturally, I became a laughingstock among my peers. My mother was to blame for dressing me in ill-fitting clothes, yet she joined in on mocking me. Both at home and outside, I was constantly compared unfavorably to my cute sister, and my originally cheerful personality gradually darkened. Even when interacting with friends, I thought things like, maybe this person also thinks I'm ugly, or maybe they would rather be friends with my sister. Looking back, it's clear that such paranoid thoughts were ridiculous, but at the time, they repeatedly crossed my mind. This negative mindset made it impossible for my relationships to succeed. Friends gradually decreased, but rather than feeling down, I preferred to isolate myself. I was tired of doubting people's feelings and interacting with them. Being alone was more comfortable for me. During these dark years of elementary and middle school, just before I was supposed to start high school, an incident occurred. It turned out that my parents hadn't paid my high school entrance fee. They had never intended to send me to high school. They would rather spend the money on Abby's dance and acting lessons. However, I somehow convinced them, and they finally agreed to let me attend a public high school if I passed the entrance exam. Amid my sister Abby's increasing entertainment activities, I was burdened with household chores by our parents. Despite the chaos, I desperately studied and managed to pass the entrance exams for a prefectural high school, as my parents had ordered. Now everything will be fine. I thought, naively trusting my parents. But they were not really parents, they were monsters who had merely given birth to me. Enrollment fee? Oh. I forgot. But it doesn't matter if you don't go to high school. With your looks, you're not going to have a decent life anyway. My mother said nonchalantly, without an ounce of apology. My father and Abby burst into laughter upon hearing this. Due to my late realization that the enrollment fee was not paid, I had to give up on starting high school. Of course, I could have saved up money from a part-time job and entered school a year later, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. It felt like burnout syndrome. The path I had grasped through hard study was suddenly closed off. I don't care anymore, I felt defeated. No matter what education I get, I'll never be loved by anyone. I thought darkly. Adolescence is, why is it so easy to become negative? My parents would say sarcastically. Isn't it good you don't have to go to school? Now you can do household chores to your heart's content. I had become so resigned that I thought, maybe this is the life for me. I had no energy to go out to work, nor the vitality to think about leaving home. In retrospect, I was probably on the verge of a mental breakdown, living day by day like a robot just doing what my parents told me to. Then one day, my father suddenly said, "Tomorrow is your 16th birthday, isn't it?" Yes. Although my father had been ignoring me lately, the fact that he mentioned my birthday made me unexpectedly happy. My birthdays had always been ignored, but would they celebrate it this year? Was it because I had been working hard on the housework? My heart fluttered with faint hope. Then, get married quickly. A daughter who is ugly, incompetent, and a money waster is a nuisance. What? My father casually ordered me to get married, as if he was sending me to the store, and I was dumbfounded. Speechless and stunned, I watched as he, without even looking me in the eyes, demanded, "Register the marriage tomorrow." Wait. What do you mean, Dad? There's someone I want to get along with to help advance Abby's career. It seems the son of a contact at the entertainment agency is of the right age. Why does that mean we have to register our marriage? At a drinking party, I said, "My eldest daughter seems to like your son's photo." It led to talk of marriage. I felt an unprecedented disgust seeing my father so cheerful. I had never seen this man's photo, and here my father was, happily discussing selling his daughter. The man wouldn't possibly accept marrying a woman he had never seen, not in this era. Despite everything being so unbelievable. The son likes your photo too. It's a miracle someone approved of you with your looks. Lucky you. For the first time in a while, my father looked me in the eyes and smiled broadly. Me, liked? That's impossible. After all, I've always been told by everyone that my appearance is unfortunate. Liking me, no offense, but he must be quite undesirable. Maybe he's desperate for any woman, or perhaps there's a more sinister plan behind it. I was sure there was a catch. I wanted to say no, but when I tried, my father threatened, "If you talk back, I'll kick you out," and I had no choice but to be silent. Thus, I was forced to sign the marriage registration. Abby looked on, clapping her hands and laughing as if it was the funniest thing. In that moment, I cursed my weakness and the fact that I was born into this family. So I was registered to marry some son, whether he was important or not, I couldn't even tell. I was taken to a new home prepared by his parents, and there I met my husband, Ben, for the first time. Ben, 10 years my senior, was a very plain-looking man, not particularly gloomy, but lacking in spirit. I am not a beauty myself, so I couldn't say much, but he didn't seem like someone I could fall in love with. He, too, had a poor relationship with his parents, and his in-laws were glad he was leaving their house, saying, "We were glad to get rid of him." Ah, birds of a feather. As I realized this, I felt a profound emptiness. Were we both just inconvenient to be married off? The life with my husband began undesirably, and for the first month, we only exchanged morning greetings and said goodnight, nothing more. We ate separately, and I tried as much as possible not to meet his face. But one day, my husband said something unexpected. "I realize you don't think highly of me. You must have been tricked by your parents into marrying." What? It was true, but I hesitated to agree outright. However, he seemed to understand everything just from my reaction and smiled. "You don't have to answer. But I truly liked your photo." "No, that's a lie. How could you possibly like me? Abby is much cuter. No matter what you say, I felt something when I saw you. Now that we're married, I feel it even more. Maybe it's because our circumstances are similar. I was drawn to your character." Looking straight at me, my husband's words left me speechless. Between disbelief and his eyes, which didn't seem to be lying, I was confused. I had never even had a first love. Was this how love was supposed to happen? If you dislike it, you can decide to divorce. I have prepared the divorce papers here. But, if it's okay with you, why not start as friends instead of as spouses? My husband said with an embarrassed smile, and I felt my heart flutter just a bit, a secret even now. But at that moment, his offer to be friends instead of spouses moved me with his inclusiveness and kindness. Maybe it was worth giving this relationship a chance. From then on, we started eating together. There was no formal arrangement, and even after learning of my husband's kindness, I didn't have the courage to get close to him immediately. It took time for us to come together. But gradually, we started having conversations about the weather and temperatures, and as we learned about each other's preferences, being together didn't seem so bad anymore. The invisible walls between us thinned, and before we knew it, we were sharing meals and watching TV together. It turns out, we both liked books and had many things in common. As my husband had initially said, both of us had been treated as nuisances by our parents, and our values and thoughts were similar, making it more comfortable to be with each other than anyone else. After living together for 1 year, then 2, and on the 4th year, he proposed to me, and we truly became a couple. Is it strange to have a proposal even though we are already married? It's okay, because we were always an odd pair. We carefully redid everything we had skipped over, like dating and proposals. Even after 10 years, our parents had never come to see how we were doing, and we were living happily with our children in peaceful days. My life wasn't so bad after all, when suddenly, a famous celebrity was reported to be arrested by the police. It seemed that another celebrity involved with this one might also be implicated in the crime, and every day, the television buzzed with gossip magazine articles. This should have been a world unrelated to us as a couple, but among the names that came out in a domino effect, there was my sister's name, Abby. She was an actress in title but was hardly working or active in entertainment, though she was technically signed with an agency and occasionally did extra-like work. Her notoriety as an actress was virtually non-existent, yet her fame as a criminal was suddenly soaring. She was photographed entering a club packed with prominent men, sticking close behind a famous actress from her agency. Although she managed to navigate through the criminal acts without being charged, anyone could see she was involved. The person who leaked this photo was a classmate of my sister's who worked at the nightclub. This classmate had always disliked my sister and, having spotted her at the club, secretly took photos and shared them with friends saying, "She seems to be up to no good." The photo quickly spread, and someone sold it to the magazines, and that's how this commotion started. As her sister, all I could say was, "Oh dear." Well, I thought I had no involvement and it didn't concern me, until suddenly, my parents showed up at our house. As soon as I opened the door, my mother, with tears in her eyes, clung to me saying, "Help, Lucy." My father desperately supported her. She looked gaunt and aged far beyond her years, her hair damaged and thinned with gray. "What are you doing here?" "I don't remember asking for help. We have no one else to turn to but you." "What?" Seeing my bewildered expression, my father began to explain. It turned out, Abby had been arrested just the other day. Being an unknown actress, it hadn't made the news, and I was unaware. As they say, you can't keep secrets when people talk. Even I, her sister, was unaware of information that Abby's classmates seemed to have keenly obtained. With tales added to this unreported information, Abby's misdeeds had become well known in the neighborhood. As a result, my parents were treated like outcasts, with their home vandalized and plagued by silent calls and graffiti. We can't live there anymore. Why did she do such things? I wish I hadn't given birth to her. My only daughter is you. With that, my mother broke down crying and embraced me. Please, I can't live in that house anymore. Let me stay here. Let's live together happily. Who are they to say such things? I quietly grabbed my mother's shoulder and detached her from myself. Lucy? I don't remember ever living happily with you. What are you talking about? We were a happy family. That's right, Lucy. The confusion on their faces was clear. They didn't want to upset me. If we were a happy family, I wouldn't have had to marry like this. You sold me for the sake of my sister. But you're still together with your husband, right? All's well that ends well. My father laughed, and I was so angry that I pushed him away. Don't joke with me. What do you mean, all's well that ends well? It only turned out okay because my husband happened to be a good person. If he had been a terribly wicked man, I would have been in hell. What do you think people's lives are? A family built on someone's sacrifice deserves to be broken. I raised my voice and let out all my feelings. Tears welled up unexpectedly. My husband, who had silently moved next to me, gently held my hand. Forgiving people is also important. Lucy. Annoyed by my father's patronizing tone and cheap smile as he tried to calm me, I threw back a retort that I had kept silent for too long. Well, why don't you two go live with your various affair partners then? Forgiving people is important, right? Why not forgive each other's mistakes? My words made them freeze. With pale faces, the couple looked at each other. What, huh? You thought I didn't know? Both of you had affairs, right? It seems like neither of you realized you were betraying each other. Yes, both of my parents had taken lovers. They both thought no one knew, but I, and probably my sister too, were aware of it. Not just the parent-child relationship, but the marital relationship was also in ruins. Really, what part of this was a happy family? You were betraying me, my mother shouted loudly, and you were the one, my father retorted. I watched their mudslinging match with cold eyes. When I sarcastically said, forgiving people is important, right? Why not just forgive each other instead of fighting? They were silenced, unable to utter a word. I don't want to be involved in your farce anymore. Stay out of my life for good, I don't care if it's being shunned or whatever, just go to hell. I'm not bound by you anymore. I spewed years of pent-up anger at them. Realizing they were in an unbelievable relationship, they desperately pleaded for my forgiveness. How ugly. Naturally, I rejected their pleas and declared, if you try to involve me further, I'll take it to the authorities. Well, I said I'd take it to the authorities, though I didn't have any specific place in mind. The police wouldn't be reliable. But you know, appearing strong is important. Whether my words had an effect or not, I conveyed that there was no recourse for them, and they slumped down on the street. Let's go. My husband said, urging me back inside the house. I obediently let him lead me back in. After a while, I could hear my parents sobbing and calling my name outside, but I didn't open the door. Later, about a month after this incident, I received a call that my parental home had burned down in a suspicious fire. I don't know if it was related to my sister's situation, and no culprit was caught, but the house was certainly vandalized. My parents, despite their discovered affairs, chose not to divorce. My mother, proud of her appearance, suffered burns on her face, not severe, but somewhat keloid. Whether that was the trigger or for some other reason, one day my father left the house without saying anything, abandoning my mother. My mother seemed to believe it was because her face was no longer beautiful, and she, who used to love going out, almost stopped going outside. Originally, as a couple who cheated on each other, it's more like they were tired of being together than it being about looks, but the truth of that is known only to God. However, I probably know more about my father than my mother, who was unaware of his cheating. Father, too, had been greasing the palms of important people with money borrowed from loan sharks to promote my sister. With my sister's case, he lost his job, incurred a huge debt, and suffered through days of debt. My sister, after serving about a year and a half in prison, perhaps due to lack of money, started appearing in dubious videos. I've heard she's mentally ill, but that's no longer my concern. What goes around comes around. And I plan to watch their fate from afar. Meanwhile, I'm now blessed with 4 children, living hectic days. When the youngest were born as twins, it was really tough. Since I only finished middle school and my husband finished high school, we were worried. Can we afford to raise 4 kids? But we both worked hard to obtain qualifications, and now I work as a medical administrator, and my husband is a manager at a meritocratic, up-and-coming call center that doesn't care about academic background or nationality. Yes, studying while raising kids and being pregnant was tough back then. My husband was busy with job hunting but supported me a lot, and I'm so grateful. He's cooperative with both childcare and housework, and though our marriage started weirdly, I'm proud to be with him. In that sense, maybe I should even thank those two. My husband not only dotes on the kids, but still cherishes me like a lover. It's a bit embarrassing, but even at this age, we occasionally go on dates, to the movies, cafes. It's like a student's date, but for us, who got married without such experiences, it's precious time. I hope we continue to care for each other and cherish our family. I hope tomorrow will be another happy day. That's how I live each day, cherishing it. My name is Kathy, and I am 32 years old. I've been married to a company employee for 3 years. But we don't have children yet. We live in an apartment together. And we only meet each other's parents during Easter and Christmas holidays. Since my husband's family lives far away, we can only visit them during those times. But it's always lively with many relatives gathering. My in-laws are very friendly people and treat me like their real daughter. When we have family gatherings, they always ask me to help out. And I enjoy working with them without feeling any ill will. However, my husband has a sister named Mandy, who is quite difficult. She doesn't help out at all. While preparing for the party with me, my mother-in-law would talk with a grimace. My own daughter is harder to talk to, so I end up asking you for help all the time. Even my mother-in-law feels uncomfortable openly talking to Mandy. Mandy graduated from a prestigious school and was accepted into a top university. Now, she is planning to study abroad. My father-in-law brags about her. But my mother-in-law is concerned about her personality. Mandy has always been excellent in everything since she was young. And she looks down on her brother, my husband. During a family gathering, someone complimented both siblings on attending university. It's amazing that both siblings here went to university. Mandy glared at the relative and responded unhappily. Don't compare my university with the third-rate one my brother graduated from. Graduating from such a university is no different than just finishing high school. The room went silent after Mandy's words. But my husband, trying to lighten the mood, started talking. I may have graduated from a third-rate university. But I'm living a happy life with a beautiful wife like Kathy, so I'm satisfied. Thanks to my husband's joking, everyone smiled again, but Mandy did not seem amused. Her anger turned towards me, the wife praised as beautiful. Kathy, which university did you graduate from? Knowing that I only graduated from high school, Mandy asked this question on purpose. I'm not ashamed of being a high school graduate, so I answered honestly. You know, I only graduated from high school. Mandy dramatically feigned surprise and exclaimed, I'm sorry. Since my brother always brags about you. I assumed you were a college graduate. There are still high school graduates around these days? She said this and left. But since there were other high school graduates among the relatives, the atmosphere became heavy again. My husband and mother-in-law had no choice but to apologize to everyone. After graduating from university, Mandy was set to go to graduate school and then study abroad. Before she left, we gathered at my in-laws' house to see her off. And she took the opportunity to make a snide remark as usual. I suppose a high school graduate like you wouldn't know. But studying abroad is much harder than just traveling. My husband was about to retort, but I stopped him and replied with a smile. Right, it's dangerous overseas, and the food is different too, so be careful. I meant to be kind, but Mandy suddenly got angry. Don't act like you know anything about studying abroad when you've never been. The relatives gathered were displeased again. But Mandy left for her studies abroad without any concern. Her father, burdened with the cost of her study abroad, laughed tiredly after she left. I hope she gets a good job after a year abroad and earns a lot of money. I can't even keep track of how much money I've spent on her. My husband laughed along with his father. She'll be back in the US in the fall to try out internships at various companies, right? She was bragging about applying to foreign companies. My mother-in-law also joined the conversation, worried about Mandy's job prospects. As for me, I felt relieved and unrelated, and after the relatives left, I cleaned up. It was more enjoyable to visit my in-laws without the high-achieving Mandy. I cooked with my mother-in-law and listened to stories about my husband's childhood from my father-in-law. The atmosphere was truly better without Mandy. It had been 6 months since Mandy went to study abroad, and I was just starting to forget about her. Next week, Mandy will be returning to the US and will start working as an intern. She will work at one company for a month, my dad told me. Just hearing about Mandy made me feel uncomfortable, so I responded to my husband. It has nothing to do with me, right? I don't mean to be harsh, but I really don't want to meet Mandy. My husband's expression suddenly turned serious. I don't want to see her either. Dad is in debt due to her, and I can't stand her constantly bragging about her education. It seemed like my husband was trying to consider my feelings when he spoke negatively about Mandy. Anyway, we had agreed not to visit his parents' home while Mandy was around. But unexpectedly, I would meet her sooner than I thought. The next day, when I arrived at work, the HR department reported that a student would be joining us for an internship. I initially thought we were hosting a foreign student studying in the US, but it turned out to be a student currently studying abroad. When I was handed the list of incoming interns, I froze upon seeing the name. It was Mandy. Our company is involved in recruiting foreign workers for American companies. This includes lawyers, interpreters, and sometimes executive managers. And we also introduce American nationals to companies overseas. Mandy was studying economics at university and graduate school, so she might be an expert in that field. Our company employs people who are fluent in foreign languages and knowledgeable about laws in the US and abroad. I wasn't initially concerned about the internship since it was arranged by HR. But knowing Mandy was coming made me uneasy. I didn't think she would join our company permanently, and I wondered why she would intern at a non-major corporation. I casually asked the HR staff about the internship. It's unusual for our company to have an internship, isn't it? The staff member replied with a troubled look. Yes, it is. It seems like the government wants to promote internships aggressively, and they pushed it on us. Given this, I thought it might just be a coincidence of names, with someone bragging about their education, since everything was already communicated to the other party. And it was just an internship, we decided to proceed with the acceptance. I was unsure whether to tell my husband that Mandy would be interning at our company, but I decided to keep quiet for now. There was a chance it was someone with the same name, and I could discuss it after confirming it was indeed Mandy. About a month later, on the day the intern was supposed to arrive, I came to the office early as usual and started cleaning inside. Our company has many foreign employees, and everyone is quite business-minded. No one comes before work hours to clean the office. I don't force anyone else to do so, so I usually wipe down desks and mop the floors myself. Then, a woman arrived and greeted me grumpily. "Good morning. I am Mandy, and I will be under your care from today. Nice to meet you." She seemed nervous, maybe because it was her first day. Or perhaps she was disappointed it wasn't a major company. But she greeted me reluctantly. I greeted her back without thinking. "Good morning." When Mandy and I looked at each other, we stared for a moment. But she started speaking condescendingly as usual. "Kathy, what are you doing? Of course, a high school graduate like you would be a janitor, right? Your outfit really suits you." Her nervous expression quickly turned into a smirk, and she was back to her cheeky self. I was dressed in work clothes and wearing a white headscarf, looking like a typical cleaning lady. I resumed cleaning and spoke to her with a smile. "You have your internship starting today, right? It might be confusing since it's all new to you, but good luck." Hearing this, Mandy laughed derisively. "What are you, a janitor, acting all high and mighty for? Hurry up and finish cleaning, then get out." As other employees began to arrive, Mandy's expression turned nervous again. After finishing the cleaning, I went to the back room to change. Our company has a small morning assembly at the start of the workday, and I walked into the office where all the employees, including a very nervous Mandy, were lined up. As I entered, everyone greeted me. Seeing me, Mandy glared and said, "Don't let the janitor, who is an outsider, in here." This remark shocked all the employees, and they corrected her. "What are you saying to the president? That's rude, isn't it?" Mandy still didn't understand when they said I was the president, and she yelled at me again. "Get out of here, high school graduate janitor." The HR person next to her hurriedly tried to quiet her down. "I'm the president of this company. I was in work clothes earlier, so I probably looked like a real janitor to you, huh?" Still incredulous, Mandy turned to the HR person for confirmation. "I heard this company was a foreign-funded enterprise. Why would someone like her be the president?" At first surprised to learn Mandy was my sister-in-law, the HR staff let me explain. "Indeed, it's foreign-funded, but I'm the president of the US branch. I use my maiden name at work, so maybe you didn't realize? After graduating high school, I moved to Spain. In my early 20s, I started working with the founder of this company, helping introduce American people to Spanish companies. The business was successful, and when it was decided to expand to the US 5 years ago, I returned and took up the position of president of the US branch." Mandy seemed unconvinced even after my explanation. But after the morning meeting, I called her and the HR staff for a talk. Don't give her special treatment just because she's my sister-in-law, regardless of whether she works here permanently. She needs to understand how tough working here can be. The HR staff responded with a smile, but Mandy was clearly unsettled. It seemed humiliating for her to be ordered around by me. whom she always looked down upon. She looked like she might cry, staring at the ground. I left the handling of Mandy's situation to the HR staff and didn't get involved. At the end of the day, I asked the HR staff about her behavior. "How was my sister-in-law today?" The staff grimaced. "She's high pride and difficult to work with, considering she can't do much. I've only seen her for one day, but I'd say she shouldn't be hired here." It seemed her language skills were lacking despite studying abroad. And the biggest issue was her lack of communication skills. With her attitude of not listening to others, she would struggle anywhere. That evening, I was planning to tell my husband that Mandy had come to intern at my company. However, he started talking first. "Did Mandy intern at your company?" Dad called, begging to let her stay on as an employee. While I was taken aback, my husband continued. "She's been interviewing at major companies, but keeps getting rejected at the documents screening stage. In your company, you have an advantage if you can speak Spanish, right?" My husband wasn't very aware of the specifics of my company, so I enlightened him. "Spanish is essential, but it seems Mandy isn't that proficient. Also, today she mistook me for a janitor and ridiculed me as a high school graduate in front of all the employees." I laughed. Hearing this, my husband was stunned, realizing that employment at my company would be difficult for her. After a week at my company observing the workflow, Mandy stopped coming the following week without any notice. The HR staff tried to contact her multiple times, but her phone seemed to be turned off. They asked me to contact her family, but I firmly refused. A person who skips work without notice doesn't qualify as a professional. Please inform the head office that her internship is terminated. I'll check on her well-being personally. When I called her home, my mother-in-law told me that Mandy was locked in her room. Being bossed around by others had been a humiliation she had never experienced. Yet, she wasn't ready to abandon her pride and arrogant attitude either. Back home, my husband, possibly asked by his father, pleaded with me. "Mandy has locked herself up at home. Can you do something?" Even if asked, I was at a loss. His father wanted me to introduce her to a different foreign-funded company where she could be employed. While her education might attract some companies, Mandy herself was intent on a major corporation, making it difficult. My husband understood this and said resignedly, "As much as Dad is eager, it's up to Mandy to decide." Can't help it. Mandy quit studying abroad and returned to her parents' house, becoming a full recluse, hiding even from her parents. When my husband and I were called to her parents' house, Mandy stayed locked up. And yet, her father asked me again to find her a job. Believing it best to confirm with her directly, I tried at her room door. "If it's not a major company, I can introduce you to companies likely to hire you." As expected, Mandy yelled back, "I won't rely on a high school graduate." Since talking to her only made her angry, I decided not to involve myself with Mandy anymore. My husband also stopped bringing up her situation, and we didn't even call out to her when visiting her parents' home. It was a waste, considering her education up to graduate school and further study abroad. Her parents were concerned about Mandy, but once they learned I was pregnant, they became preoccupied with the upcoming grandchild. I don't want my child to be an arrogant adult with no abilities. Seeing Mandy's current state makes me realize that academic credentials really don't matter as much. My sister grinned and told me as I agreed to pay $30,000 for her wedding expenses, acting all high and mighty for just $30,000. "Don't come to the wedding, I don't want you there. With your looks, you'll never get married, huh? It's a waste to save money. I'll spend it for you," she said, looking down on me. I realized there was no point in responding to my sister, who kept insulting me. So, I simply said, "All right, good luck," and left. My sister, who repeatedly made offensive remarks, ended up panicking afterward. Before I get into how things turned out, let me start from the beginning with my sister and me. I'm Hannah, a 30-year-old wedding planner. I've been dedicated to my career. Though still single, I enjoy my job that involves being part of people's milestones of marriage. At work, I've even started to lead the team. It's a responsible job and organizing many people is tough, but it's fulfilling. I've seen many brides through work and hope to get married someday. However, things aren't quite there yet with my current boyfriend. I've been dating Paul for about a year. He's a kind person, but lately, he seems indifferent. He often declines when I ask him out for meals or dates. I was suspicious, and then I got a shocking confession from my sister Candace. "I'm dating Paul. You should break up with him." When I heard this, I thought, not again. It wasn't the first time Candace had gone after someone I was dating. Candace is 5 years younger than me. Since I was a kid, I have been often compared to her because we were complete opposites. I had a plain appearance and was shy, struggling with conversations. In contrast, Candace was cute, charming, and could make friends with anyone. Everyone, including our parents and relatives, adored her. Meanwhile, Candace always looked down on me, and I faced constant harassment behind the scenes. The only area where I could outdo Candace was academics. Yet, no matter how well I did on tests, our parents never praised me. Although I excelled in studies, they preferred Candace, who was charming and good at winning their affection. They never realized Candace's manipulative nature. Being good at studies isn't everything. "You lack femininity," my parents would often say. The last straw was my father's comment. "Candace is kind-hearted. It doesn't matter if she isn't good at studies." But in my eyes, Candace's personality was far from kind. Since childhood, Candace always wanted my things, like my favorite toys, books, clothes, accessories, everything. I complained to our parents. "I hate it because Candace takes all my stuff." But their typical response was, "Just give it to her. Aren't you the older sister? Don't you think she's cute?" At those times, our parents made me feel like I had done something wrong. As a child, I couldn't bring myself to say, "I don't think Candace is cute at all." Honestly, I disliked how she took my things and was always excused for it. Candace hated when I received more attention than her. Even if I was talking with our parents or relatives, she would immediately start with, "Listen. I am." And everyone would be drawn into her engaging stories, leaving me out. Besides, Candace would take away every guy I liked. In middle school, as soon as she knew I liked someone, she would date him. The first guy I dated in high school was also taken by her. Every time she took a guy from me, she would say with a smile, "Sorry. He likes me better." That smile of hers was unbearable. I started dating my current boyfriend, Paul, a year ago when I was 29. Paul is the same age as me, and I thought it might be time to start thinking about marriage. That's when Candace told me to break up with him. Remembering all the times she had taken someone away from me, it wasn't surprising, but I confronted Paul. After all, we had been together for a year. I thought there was no way he would choose Candace over me. "Sorry. I love Candace. She says she can't do without me. I have to protect her." I felt dizzy hearing that. I thought I was the one who couldn't do without Paul. Moreover, to hear that he had been betraying me for over 6 months was a shock. Instead of apologizing, Paul said he wanted to be with Candace. That was too much, and I complained to our parents. Candace has taken my boyfriend Paul, even though we both thought it might be time to get married. However, our parents sighed and tried to soothe me. It wasn't meant to be this time. We heard from Candace. She's going to marry Paul. You should congratulate her. If Paul loves Candace, there's nothing you can do. Stop complaining. Aren't you ashamed to be jealous of your sister? Despite my boyfriend being taken away, my parents kept defending Candace. That's when I realized my family was not on my side. I was hurt, but I broke up with Paul. Maybe it was lucky to split before marriage talks got serious, I told myself. Soon after, I heard that Candace and Paul got engaged. Then, Candace shocked me with her words. Since you're single and only work, you should pay for the wedding. You must have saved up, right? True, saving money is my hobby, and I might have saved more than others my age. But that money wasn't meant for Candace's wedding expenses. I had no intention of celebrating, but I planned to give them a gift at least. Yet, why should I bear the wedding costs? Not only Candace, but our parents said the same. Pay for the wedding, you know she doesn't have the money and we're barely managing our retirement funds. Just lend it to her. She said she'll pay you back later, right? Can't you even lend money to your family? I got tired of hearing this day in, day out. Reluctantly, I agreed to pay, ensuring Candace intended to repay me. Of course. I'll pay back everything. However, after I agreed to pay, I realized something. The invitation never came. Maybe she would hand-deliver it? I waited, but Candace never brought it. Candace, where's the invitation? She glanced at me and smirked. I sent them out to everyone. I haven't received it. That's because I didn't send one to you. What do you mean? You're not inviting your own sister? Even though I'm paying for the wedding, how can you not invite me? I was furious. It was as if she only needed my money and nothing else. Acting all high and mighty for just $30,000. Don't come to the wedding. Hannah, you're too plain. It'd be embarrassing if everyone saw you. Even Mom and Dad said, let Candace do what she wants. Hannah doesn't matter. It wasn't just Candace, but our parents agreed. Instead of anger, I felt sadness. They always sided with Candace. Seeing how shocked I was, Candace giggled. With your looks, you'll never get married, right? It's a waste to save money. I'll spend it for you. Realizing arguing was pointless, I decided I was better off not attending such a sister's wedding. All right, good luck, was all I said as I walked away. Candace called out. Sorry you won't see the pretty bride. But I ignored her. The day before the wedding, Candace called. I ignored it, but she kept calling persistently. I sighed and answered. Hello? What's up? Candace was frantic. What do you mean by that? About what? The wedding expenses. I got billed an insane amount. I laughed. Candace was finally realizing the situation. An insane amount? Oh, right, no more discounts. Tough, isn't it? Discounts? What do you mean? Candace was getting married at the venue where I worked as a wedding planner. I had told her if I was paying, it would be there. I had many connections, like florists, makeup artists, and MCs who could offer services at a discounted rate because of me. Candace agreed, wanting any beautiful venue as long as she could be the center of attention. Since I was paying, she likely never checked how much the discounts were worth. The wedding expenses were discounted because of my employee benefit. But since I'm apparently not invited, I canceled the discount and also stopped the payment. That's impossible. Even without the gift money, there's a bill for over $30,000. Candace had skimped on the guests' meal costs but had lavishly spent on her dress, flowers, and production costs. Now that the discount is gone, it must be tough to make the payments. Good luck with that, I said as I hung up the phone. Before I did, I could hear Candace screaming on the other end, but I ignored her. After our call, Candace apparently tried to negotiate a lower price with the venue staff, but they were my colleagues and already informed of the situation. They stood by me and ensured that Candace was billed the full amount. Candace and Paul ended up in debt to pay for their wedding. Later on, it wasn't just the wedding expenses, but Paul's debts came to light too. He had always loved gambling. I kept an eye on him not to get too deep into gambling while we were together, so he spent it within reason. However, it seems Candace hadn't noticed Paul's gambling addiction. She was only interested in taking what was mine, not truly looking into Paul's character. While the couple was saddled with gambling debts, my parents came to me for help. Please, lend Candace some money. Are you planning to abandon her? How heartless can you be? Despite their outbursts, I ignored them completely and turned them away without a word. Candace and Paul, burdened with debt repayment, worked like slaves. Candace, with only part-time job experience, couldn't find a full-time position and was stuck with low-wage work. Paul, having quit gambling, was shunned at his company after they found out he switched from sister to sister and incurred debts because of it. Labeled the lowest of scum. He was isolated but continued to work due to the debts. I decided to distance myself from both my parents and Candace. Despite numerous calls from Candace begging for money, I didn't respond. I don't have money to lend you. Do not contact me ever again. The same went for my parents. I told them I had no intention of being involved with them or looking after them in their old age. Since they had planned to rely on me, they were incredibly anxious, knowing I didn't care to maintain a relationship after they'd taken me for granted. I have no intention of taking care of you after your retirement or providing financial support. Maybe your beloved Candace can take care of you. My parents were speechless at my words, but to me, they were already irrelevant. I wondered why I hadn't cut off contact sooner as I began to enjoy my freedom. Free from a sister who belittled me and parents who imposed everything on me, I felt more positive and even attended my first matchmaking party. Fortunately, I met someone great there, and we started dating. Both over 30, we were serious about marriage. My boyfriend, a banker with a stable income who doesn't gamble, turned out to be not only kind but also reliable. In fact, when Candace and Paul, along with my parents, frequently came to my house demanding money, it was my boyfriend who drove them away after learning of my situation. Please start detaching from Hannah. If you keep this up, we'll consult the police. His presence was truly reassuring. Not just kind, but dependable. Later, I learned that Candace had been persistently contacting him and even ambushed him after work, clearly trying to take him from me. Remembering all the times she'd taken someone I loved, I felt anxious. However, my boyfriend had no interest in Candace and he even found her repulsive. Unmoved by her persistent attempts, he proposed to me. I want to get you away from your crazy family as soon as possible. Let's marry and move quickly. I'm not beautiful and don't have much to offer, is that really okay? I asked insecurely. You've been brainwashed by your family. You are beautiful and have so many great qualities. I'll show you that from now on. Let's be free together. He assured me, and I nodded. Things turned around quickly. I got married and moved to a high-security apartment. My parents and sister no longer visit. A few months into the marriage, I found out I was pregnant, filling our lives with joy. Relatives say Candace and Paul are still struggling to pay off their debts, and my parents, now without their planned support from me, are reflecting on their actions. Even so, I've decided never to return to them. It may be tough for them, but their hardship is the result of their own actions. From now on, I plan to live happily with my supportive husband and our upcoming child. I'm Ashley. I'm a 25-year-old architect. While working at a local architectural firm, I spend my days off leisurely reading books, living at my own pace every day. It's hard to imagine now, but my childhood was a tumultuous one. Thinking back to those days, this peaceful and calm life seems almost like a lie. The one who gave me normal happiness was not my biological parents, but my aunt, Doris, who is always cheerful and more loving than anyone else. Today, I want to share my memories with my proud aunt, Doris. Originally, my parents were unusually strict, but their attitude towards me, a child, visibly became colder when I was in the first grade of elementary school. Don't make such a basic mistake. Isn't it embarrassing not to get a perfect score on a first grader's test? I'm sorry. Ugh, how did we end up with such a disappointment as our child? The deep disappointment in my mom's sigh made my heart ache. I was frustrated and sad that I couldn't meet my mom's expectations. I was born in a high-end residential area of a provincial city, the daughter of a doctor dad and a former nurse mom. My dad's family has been doctors for generations. As the daughter born into a family of doctors, I was expected to have a future in medicine from kindergarten and was enrolled in private schools. However, contrary to my parents' and everyone else's expectations, my grades were too mediocre, and I rarely made it to the top of my class. By first grade, I was already falling behind, and my parents were constantly irritated. Still, I wanted my parents to recognize me, so I studied hard at home and in cram schools every day after school. On the other hand, my younger sister, Lindsay, was exceptionally good at academics. Even before she started elementary school, she was studying far beyond me at kindergarten and cram schools. This means that she scored better than me, her elder sister, on the same tests. Of course, my parents were obsessed with the talented Lindsay, pouring most of their money and time into her, and I was forced to quit the cram school before starting the second grade. I was shocked to be abandoned by my parents and tried to redeem myself by studying alone after school and on holidays. My parents only laughed at my efforts, calling me a gloomy recluse who can't even study. Fortunately, my relationship with my sister was good, and she adored me. I was, of course, happy about that, but I still felt pathetic being inferior to my sister. When I entered the second grade and my sister started elementary school, the disparity in treatment worsened. On break, my parents would take my sister to enjoy cultural spots like theaters and museums in the city, while I was stuck at home until dinner. They'd tell me, "It's a waste to give nice things to people who don't understand their worth." My sister always looked guilty, but she couldn't speak up to our parents. Alone in the house, I listened to the joyful voices of other families from outside the window and cried many times. Because I wasn't very smart, my mom and dad didn't seem to care much about me. Thinking that being loved by my parents was everything, I always blamed myself. One day, when my parents decided to take my sister alone to a museum a plane ride away for an overnight trip, they probably thought it was too much to leave me alone for 2 full days. I was woken up early on the day of the trip and was brought to an old apartment in the town next to ours. My dad, looking annoyed, rang the doorbell, and a woman with messy blonde hair opened the door. It was my Aunt Doris, my dad's much younger sister. After exchanging a few words with my dad, he didn't even glance at me and went back to his car alone. Left behind with a big backpack and standing dumbfounded, a sleepy-looking Doris said, "Come in," gesturing towards the room with her chin. I rarely attended family gatherings, so I had only met Aunt Doris properly 2 or 3 times. My dad always warned, "Stay away from her, she's a lowlife who didn't even properly finish middle school." Indeed, with her dyed blonde hair and gray sweatshirt, Aunt Doris honestly looked rough. Despite feeling uneasy about being left with such a person, I sat down on a flat cushion in her small living room. Feeling uncomfortable and fidgety, I suddenly smelled the pleasant aroma of butter. Aunt Doris appeared with a tray carrying pancakes. "You haven't had breakfast, have you?" "Oh, thank you." Tentatively holding a knife and fork, I eat the pancake. The taste of melted butter spreads gently in my mouth. It's delicious. Right? Pancakes are the best in the morning, aren't they? Aunt Doris smiled broadly through the steam. Her smile and the warmth of the pancakes eased my tense heart. For the next 2 days, Aunt Doris took great care of me. Her cream stew and steak were delicious, and I ate heartily. Watching me, Aunt Doris looked happy and kept smiling, saying, "There's more if you want." Aunt Doris also took me to the zoo. "Wow, gorillas are super handsome, aren't they?" she said, genuinely enjoying herself. The zoo trip with her was really fun. From then on, whenever my parents and sister went on a trip, I was always left with Aunt Doris. She always accepted me willingly. I completely let down my guard and grew to love my bright and kind Aunt Doris. She also adored me, saying, "I always wanted a sister like you, Ashley." Meanwhile, although my parents left me with Aunt Doris, they kept bad-mouthing her to me. Apparently, Aunt Doris had been rebellious in middle school and hadn't gone to high school, living a bare minimum life with a low job, according to my dad. "If you don't want to end up like her, don't slack off in your studies," my dad threatened, half smiling while drunk. As a child, I always believed everything my dad said, but I couldn't believe his assessment of Aunt Doris. She was a good person who was great at cooking. Why would they speak so ill of her? The discrimination in the treatment of siblings by our parents only got worse. By the time I was in the 3rd grade, they provided me with just enough clothes and food to barely avoid being reported to child services. My parents were well known in town. Nobody would believe they were capable of such cruelty. Locked in my room studying hard, I was told, "A recluse is an eyesore, so disappear," and was kicked outside. Whether I studied or not, it was hell. I wasn't allowed to return until it got dark, and with no friends or adults to rely on, I had no choice but to study in parks or libraries. Aunt Doris welcomed me on weekends. She was the only one who worried as my complexion grew increasingly pale. One day, looking me straight in the eyes, she said, "Ashley, if you'd like, why don't you live with me?" "Huh?" As I was stuffing my face with the fluffy omelet she made, Aunt Doris made an unexpected proposal. Surprised, I froze, and Aunt Doris's cold hand gently stroked my head. "If you find it hard to be at home, let me be your parent. Let's eat together every day like this, lay out the blankets and sleep, and go to the zoo again." Could there be such a dreamlike story? Just listening to it made me swoon. Well, you might not want a dumb parent like me. That's not true. I dislike it when Aunt Doris belittles herself with a laugh, and without thinking, a loud voice escapes me. Her offer is too appealing. But can I really wish for such a thing? Wouldn't I just be a burden to Aunt Doris, who has never married? Wouldn't it be a betrayal of my parents? Is it really okay if I live with you, Aunt Doris? I asked timidly. Yes, of course. Aunt Doris, smiling brightly with a thumbs up, seemed brighter than anything else in the world. I want to be part of Aunt Doris's family. I've made up my mind. Shortly thereafter, Aunt Doris confronted my parents directly. Despite their eagerness to get rid of me, they were reluctant to let me live with Aunt Doris. But I think it was not out of affection, but because of what the neighbors might think. Having to explain why one daughter was missing would be bothersome. After some turmoil, it was decided that I would not officially become Aunt Doris's adopted child but would live with her as a boarder. Once the decision was made, things moved quickly. With just my backpack and a box of belongings, I moved to Aunt Doris's house. On my last day at home, my parents spat out, "Don't slack off your studies. If you become a good-for-nothing like her and cause us trouble, we'll put you in an institution right away." Only my sister seemed shocked that I was leaving. But knowing that her sister was being mistreated, she tearfully sent me off, saying, "I love you, Ashley." Torn by lingering feelings for my parents and my sister's tears, I showed up at Aunt Doris's with a complicated expression. Aunt Doris welcomed me with the brightest smile, saying, "Yay! I'm seriously happy to have Ashley as my family." Determined to become a family worthy of Aunt Doris, I embraced this new life. However, living with Aunt Doris wasn't always smooth sailing. Since parental support was minimal, I had to transfer from a private to a public elementary school. But it was still fun. Whenever I was stuck on my homework, Aunt Doris would ponder the textbooks with me. Even if I didn't score a plus on tests, she'd exclaim, "Eh? That's insane. Way to go, Ashley." Because Aunt Doris recognized me, my personality gradually brightened. Thanks to that, I made friends to play with after school and spent less time studying. Yet, despite studying less, my grades began to soar once I lived with Aunt Doris, maintaining the top of my class as I advanced in school. Most likely, the ongoing stomach pains and feeling sluggish from my parents' stress faded away. As a child, I must have been severely stressed by them. Before I knew it, I was a 6th grader, and as the toxic influence of my parents wore off, I was freed from their narrow views. As my sister advanced in school, she started visiting Aunt Doris's house, sneaking away from our parents' watchful eyes. She remained academically excellent, much to our parents' pride. But she had other interests beyond studying, often confiding her frustrations to me. Whenever Aunt Doris was cooking, my sister would sparkle with excitement, standing next to her to help. 8 years flew by since I started living with Aunt Doris. I went on to study architecture at a state university. I chose the architecture department for a particular reason. Additionally, I received a scholarship grant, so I could attend without needing financial assistance from my parents or burdening Aunt Doris, which made me incredibly happy. On the day I was accepted into my first-choice university, Aunt Doris cried more than I did and made my favorite scattered sushi to celebrate. Then, sipping her celebratory drink alone, she slowly shared her life story with me. Aunt Doris was the result of my grandma's affair, which came to light after her birth. My granddad was furious but raised her as his own child for appearance's sake. Yet, she was ultimately neglected, initially desperate for affection but eventually rebelling. Aunt Doris's parents, my paternal grandparents, are nearly estranged from her. "Ashley, you are amazing. You didn't stray from the path like I did, you've grown up so well." At 30, Aunt Doris's youthful wildness had faded, and she looked at me with serene eyes. "That's because I had you, Aunt Doris. If it weren't for you, I would be." Imagining a future without Aunt Doris's intervention sent shivers down my spine. Just like 8 years ago, she gently stroked my head. A year into my hopeful college life, people with bloodshot eyes stormed our apartment. It was my parents. "Did you two lead Lindsay down the wrong path?" "What?" I responded dumbly to their sudden accusations. "What happened to Lindsay? Which medical school is she going to?" Feigning ignorance, I watched my parents' faces turn even redder. "Don't joke around. You knew, didn't you?" "Lindsay has. Lindsay has gone off on her own." My dad was too agitated to continue. I knew why they were angry, so I answered them. "Ah, it seems Lindsay went to culinary school." Yeah, you led her down the wrong path. I hadn't influenced her. Lindsay had pretended to apply to medical schools to appease our parents while secretly applying to a nutrition university. Of course, she was accepted and would start her studies in nutritional science in April, not medical school. "You're jealous because you're lowly, and you don't want your sister to become a doctor. You devil." My mom spat at me while accusing me. "That's not true. Lindsay chose her own path." Lies. A brilliant child like her would never choose to be a nutritionist. Truth be told, Lindsay ultimately didn't want to be a nutritionist, but I kept that to myself. "You never really understood Lindsay." Screech. My mom shrieked like a monkey, stomping her feet. "It's all because of you. It's not Ashley's fault." "What?" From behind me, Lindsay and Aunt Doris appeared at the door. My parents, not expecting Lindsay to be here, were stunned and then became even more agitated, turning their anger towards Aunt Doris. "Doris, you're the root cause. You led not only Ashley but also Lindsay astray. That's totally overstepping." As my dad looked ready to strike Aunt Doris, Lindsay stepped forward to shield her. "Aunt Doris didn't do anything wrong. She just let me borrow her kitchen since I was excited about cooking. Indeed, Lindsay had grown interested in cooking while visiting Aunt Doris's house to see me, and she became hooked while helping out next to Aunt Doris. Our parents, interested only in Lindsay's grades, hadn't noticed even when she came home smelling of savory sesame oil. Lindsay had considered culinary school, but without a scholarship, she couldn't break away from our parents, so she chose the nutrition department. She received the same type of scholarship as me, which allowed her to defy our parents. Ultimately, she intends to become a chef. Dad's lips trembled with anger. Lindsay, I'll forgive you for taking a gap year, so quit school right now and go to cram school. No way. Lindsay firmly rejects our dad, who can only shout. Watching this, our mom scolds Lindsay with a cajoling tone. Lindsay, nutrition, cooking, these are things anyone can do. It's a waste for someone as talented as you. Everyone wants a person like you to become a doctor. Then can you cook, the mom? What? Can you fry chicken until it's crispy? Do you know how to make bechamel sauce? That's. Mother can't. She's disastrous at cooking, relying on department store basements and mail-order deli food. That's why both Lindsay and I were captivated by Aunt Doris's home-style cooking. Lindsay snorts derisively at our mom, who averts her eyes. It's ridiculous for someone who lives off chefs' cooking to demean chefs. Ugh. It'd be far more beneficial for everyone if I gave my spot to someone who truly wants to be a doctor. That's just a bunch of nonsense. Besides, Mom and Dad, you don't know. My sister has always been much more academically successful than me. What? Our parents are dumbfounded. That can't be. Do you even know which university your daughter attends? That is. Our parents look at each other. You don't know, do you? You don't know about her school or that the architecture department is filled with talented people. Being able to attend a prestigious state university's architecture program without your help definitely means she's academically excellent. Ugh. It's a bit exaggerated to say I'm more successful than Lindsay, but the fact that I became a top student thanks to Aunt Doris is true. Right, Dad never came to a single parent-teacher conference, so there's no way you'd know how good my grades were and how well regarded I was at school. The momentum is gone, and our parents fall silent. I look at them with cold eyes. The one who succeeded in raising us isn't you, it's Aunt Doris. Lindsay laughs in disbelief. That's impossible. How could that be? Don't worry. I'll manage the tuition myself, and I've already found a place to live alone. I've even moved out my stuff. You didn't notice, did you? No way. As the blood drains from our parents' faces, which had been so red with anger, Aunt Doris looks on with utter disdain. Really, my brother was only interested in your grades. Such good kids, yet you never really saw who they are. Damn. Our humiliated parents growl like dogs. It's a shame to be pitted by Aunt Doris, whom they've looked down upon all these years. But that's the truth. Our parents have no words to give back to us. Eventually, Lindsay escaped home that day with the help of a male friend and moved to a prefecture over 5 hours away by car. This wouldn't make our parents repent or give up on us. A while after I advanced to my second year, I was summoned by our parents. I adamantly refused the command to come home. Only bad feelings. We met at our parents' favorite restaurant. Aunt Doris came along, but our parents visibly grimaced at seeing her. Immediately upon sitting down, they laid out many brochures on the table, all from universities with medical schools. What is this? We'll let you retake the entrance exam for medical school. It's a good opportunity, right? We're giving you a chance to redeem yourself. Prove your sister wrong, who has always looked down on you. So that's their angle. Foolish. Truly foolish. But it's amusing, so I'll play along for a bit. That's fine. Really? I'm so happy. I could probably get into this university. So, Dad and Mom, you really cared about me all this time. I have to repay this favor. Dad looks happy and nods, while Mom's cheeks turn gentle. As if. I can't stop laughing at this nonsense. What's going on? Dad, you look so happy, I just had to laugh. As if I'd agree to such a proposal. It's my life, after all. What? Realizing they've been mocked, our parents' faces turn bright red. They're not nearly as smart as one would need to be to become a doctor. It's not that Lindsay looked down on me at all. It's you who have always looked down on us. Either way, I have no intention of retaking the medical school entrance exams. I say firmly, and a vein throbs on Dad's temple. Why don't you both understand the noble job of being a doctor? Is it your fault, Doris? Once again, Dad directs his anger towards Aunt Doris, who is truly foolish. Aunt Doris just gives a wry smile. Brother was always a bit slow, huh? What? Neither Ashley nor Lindsay misunderstand the job of a doctor, they just have other things they want to do. So, an architect, huh? Nutritionists and chefs, all jobs anyone can do. It's terrible to have a job anyone can do, isn't it? Huh? Startled by the unexpected voice, my dad turned around. There stood two men, both with impressive biceps and healthy tan skin. Who are you? You just insulted an architect and his son. Huh? My parents were shocked. Then, Aunt Doris stood up and took the arm of one of the young men. This is my husband. Nice to meet you, brother. I'm David Brown. I've heard a lot about you from Doris. Oh, I see. Aunt Doris's husband smiled, showing his white teeth. Actually, Aunt Doris had been dating her husband, David, for 5 years, and they got married right after I turned 20. Despite telling them they didn't need to concern themselves with me, the stubborn and compassionate couple insisted on waiting until I was 20. Thanks to that, I got to interact more with Aunt Doris's in-laws and became interested in the construction industry. Naturally, my parents were taken aback by Aunt Doris's sudden marriage announcement and her husband's meaningful words. Then another man, Aunt Doris's father-in-law, also smiled warmly and started talking. Nice to meet you, Mr. Thompson. I run a construction business around here. Your daughter, Ashley, became interested in my work through Aunt Doris. She really has an eye for talent, your daughter. Oh, I see. I'm planning to retire from the field in a few years, so I was hoping Ashley would become an architect and join our company, learn the trade, and eventually take over. That's so presumptuous. Startled, my parents were met with a stern look from Mr. Brown. It's not presumptuous at all. You've never been interested in Ashley's life before. Trying to control her after her sister ran away, isn't that inhumane? How rude. What do you know, a stranger? Well, the world is full of strangers, isn't it? What? Mr. Brown looked around. Following his gaze, my parents' faces drained of color as they saw the cold stares of other diners at the restaurant. Naturally, with such a loud commotion. Everyone is disappointed. To think that Mr. Thompson, whom they trusted, would look down on his family and others. I'm not like that. As my dad trembled, his favorite dish was brought to the table by the restaurant's head chef. Mr. Thompson, I'm truly sorry. It must have been painful for you to eat food prepared by someone whose job anyone can do. No need to endure any longer. We can no longer welcome you here, and I will inform other restaurants as well. No, that's not it. People who need replacements won't be visiting your clinic anymore, so we won't come again. I'll make sure our acquaintances know too. The whole restaurant's eyes condemned my parents. Unable to bear it, they left without touching the served food or collecting the brochures, fleeing the restaurant. From then on, my parents never pushed me towards medical school again. However, for a while, they pleaded. Please clear up the misunderstanding. Apparently, the incident at the restaurant caused them to lose a lot of patients. The patient base was mostly older due to the long-established hospital matching the long-standing restaurant's clientele. Rumors spread among the elderly that that place has the worst doctor who looks down on patients, and patients moved to a newly opened hospital nearby. Moreover, the doctor there was not only skilled but also had a perfect personality, and no patients returned to the old, ill-tempered doctor. The hospital quickly went into decline, and my frustrated dad yelled at the staff, causing nurses and clerks to resign en masse. This only fueled rumors that that hospital has a terrible doctor's character. Short-staffed and without patients, keeping the hospital open was only deepening their financial losses. My parents thought clearing up the misunderstanding would bring everyone back, but once a bad reputation spreads, it's not so easy to erase. After all, the reputation was mostly true, so there was no need to clear it. There might be some embellished stories, too. It's said that my dad stood on a restaurant table and yelled, "This chef dares," forcing the chef to apologize. Although this didn't actually happen, I strangely have a memory of that scene. Eventually, my parents had to close the family-run hospital and faced criticism from relatives. Unable to withstand the humiliation, they sold their proud mansion and moved away to the countryside. Now that 5 years have passed, I'm an architect and I'm working at the construction company owned by Aunt Doris's family, just like I always planned. While I'm not yet able to draw brilliant blueprints like the president, I study hard for my dream. That dream is to design a diner run by my sister Lindsay and Aunt Doris. Moreover, Lindsay and I plan to offer the cafe as a children's dining hall once a week. Just as Aunt Doris saved us, we want to help the children too. That's the promise my sister and I made, with support from Aunt Doris and the whole team. I'm making the most of my days. My name is Katie. Last Christmas, I accidentally accumulated about 6 pounds of fat from eating luxurious Christmas dishes. So this year, I am dieting in preparation for Christmas. If I lose 6 pounds now, I'll be okay even if I gain 6 pounds during Christmas. Huh? That's not how it works? No way. From Christmas to New Year's, there's just too much delicious food. Soon, I'll even buy some Valentine's chocolate for myself. Oops, I'm drooling. Looks like I'm going to get fat this year too, sigh. So, today is about a winter memory of mine. I'd love for you to hear it. It was when I was 25 years old. I had been dating my boyfriend, Edward, for several years, and our marriage had been decided. I introduced Edward to my parents, a so-called marriage introduction. My parents liked Edward, and the marriage would have gone smoothly. But a problem occurred. As soon as my older sister, Cindy, returned from work, she was smitten with Edward. It's strange, but as sisters, I could understand her feelings and thoughts. Cindy had fallen in love with Edward at first sight. I hoped it was just my imagination. But Cindy had blushed and held his hand when Edward reached out to shake hands. She always looked up at him when talking. I think it's inappropriate for a sister's boyfriend, but she probably did it unconsciously. You can't stop people's feelings, and I assumed Cindy wouldn't get serious and would stop herself at some point. However, after Edward left, Cindy caught me fresh out of the bath and in just a towel and said, "You should call off the wedding." When I asked why, she said things like, "That man is a player and you can find someone better." However, there was no basis for these claims. "Why do you think he's a player?" I asked. Cindy replied, "It's a woman's intuition." Cindy had never had a boyfriend before. How could I believe the intuition of someone with no experience in relationships? Instead, I trust the character of Edward, whom I have observed for years. Naturally, I took my sister's advice lightly and didn't really pay much attention to it. Edward started visiting my parents' house more often since he said he wanted to get along with my family. My parents were happy, And I certainly didn't mind my future husband getting along with my parents. A good relationship was being built. But Cindy was trying to build a different kind of good relationship with Edward. According to Edward, when I wasn't around, Cindy grabbed his arm, pressed her chest against him, and asked, "Don't you think Katie is childish?" She even asked for his contact information and pretended to fall and expose her skirt. Edward found it so contrived that it was funny. If he had taken it seriously, I would have been really worried. But Cindy, thinking that Edward wouldn't reject her strongly because she was my sister, kept pressing him with a sweet voice whenever they met. Originally, it was love at first sight. But the fact that Edward worked for a fairly large company also hit Cindy's heart hard. He's a man with good prospects and my type, she locked on and wouldn't let go. My parents saw Cindy's shameful behavior but said nothing. Or rather, they have never said anything to Cindy, it wasn't new. Honestly, Cindy has always been the type who can't do anything. If you ask her to reheat side dishes, she somehow manages to melt non-heat resistant plastic plates in the microwave. And, as always, she was bad at studying. She was bad at sports, especially swimming lessons, which she always tried to skip by using any means possible, hurting her leg, feeling unwell, or getting a rash. She couldn't do studies, sports, or housework. Honestly, she wasn't even particularly good-looking. But our parents, simply because she was the eldest daughter, doted on Cindy and ordered me to support her behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, because I shouldn't stand out, I was supposed to highlight my sister. It's a harsh story for siblings. Well, for our parents. The helpless poor child was probably a factor that made Cindy endearing. Weirdly, I was capable of anything, the type that could learn anything quickly. Adults might have found it unappealing because I was too teachable. So I even effortlessly managed the mission of highlighting my sister. And there was a time when I pretended to be incapable outside the home. After I outgrew my teenage years, I thought, if I keep this up, I'll fail my exams. And began to rebel against my parents and do as I pleased. If I had continued listening to them, I might have really become incapable. This rebellion made Cindy start to dislike me a bit for no longer supporting her. But we were never on bad terms. We talked normally, and I even advised her occasionally. The extreme doting on Cindy and her hostility toward me. There were some twisted aspects, but it was still a normal family. However, because Edward never showed interest in Cindy, this balance was disrupted. I can't approve of my younger sister getting married first. The night before the wedding, Cindy told our parents, "No, it's okay, Cindy will get married soon too." That's right, Cindy. It's not about that. Normally, the elder sister marries before the younger one does. She's too young for marriage. But the wedding is tomorrow. What, Mom, you're not on my side? Am I going to be the pitiful elder sister who gets married off after her younger sister? That's not. I quietly listened to my sister's meltdown in the living room from the hallway. Should I wait for my inexperienced sister to get married? I'd get old in no time. Really, what is she talking about? Well, she'll calm down once she vents, I assumed. All right. Dad and Mom will skip the wedding tomorrow, so please forgive us. Right, Cindy? What? I couldn't believe my ears. Mom also agreed with Dad, begging Cindy for forgiveness. What is this? Followers of my sister? It was almost like worship. This was beyond mere doting. But Cindy sighed and reluctantly agreed, fine, I'll put up with that. At least make it a wedding not recognized by the family. She really didn't want me and Edward to get married. Probably because she was in love with him. Unbelievable. Because of Cindy's unrequited love, my parents decided not to attend the wedding. On the day of the wedding, which was supposed to be a sunny day, I couldn't sleep well and was completely sleep deprived. It wasn't because I was too excited about the wedding. I spent the whole night feeling sick, remembering the conversation between my sister and parents. When my parents officially informed me of their decision to skip the wedding, I'll never forget the smirking look on my sister's face. At the venue, I had to tell Edward and his parents about my parents' absence. I'm sorry. My sister opposed this marriage, so my family will be absent, I said. There couldn't be a more miserable report. Parents not attending their daughter's wedding, even his parents couldn't believe it. Edward's parents were silent for a while after hearing my report. On what was supposed to be a festive day, such a heavy atmosphere. It was the worst. At that moment, my mother-in-law took my hand. And soon after, my father-in-law placed his hand on top of ours. You have a family right here, don't you? Forget about it? Please don't make today a sad day. Look, smile. With my mother-in-law's gentle smile and the warmth of my father-in-law's hand, I burst into tears. Hey, Katie. I'm your husband. Don't say things like my family is absent, it makes me sad. Edward gently stroked my head. Tears streamed down my face as my in-laws. And Edward frantically but laughingly tried to calm me down. Bride. Don't cry, don't cry. Look, your makeup. In the midst of all this, my mother-in-law looked me straight in the face and said, Katie, it might be hard to leave your family behind. But this will surely be a new beginning. Now, go build your own family. Feeling abandoned by my biological parents, my mother-in-law held me tight. Edward and my father-in-law followed suit. It'll be all right. Just as my mother-in-law said, this will be a new beginning. I vowed to build a happy family of my own, and so, I married Edward without a hitch. 15 years later, a daughter and 2 sons were born between my husband and me. My daughter, capable and able to do anything, naturally took care of her 2 rowdy brothers who were always wreaking havoc at home. Still, her way of scolding them, enough already, sounded just like me. Oh dear, what a handful. Edward's job was going smoothly, and we had bought a single-family home. Enjoying peaceful days, until troublemakers showed up, none other than my father, mother, and sister. We had been estranged since the wedding, and I hadn't given them our new address. However, somehow, the 3 of them showed up at our house. Naturally, the first words upon seeing their faces weren't warm greetings like, "Long time no see, but what are you doing here?" "There's something we need from Katie," said my sister. Even my parents begged me, saying, "You're the only one we can ask." What could it be? What could they possibly need from someone they haven't seen in 15 years? As I stood silent, mixed feelings of wanting and not wanting to hear more, my mother broke the silence. "Give Cindy your husband." What? Even Edward, who had come to the door to check what was happening, stood dumbfounded just like me. Wait. I don't follow. Why would you say I should give Edward to Cindy? I asked sharply, and both my parents looked embarrassed, while only my sister seemed arrogantly assured. Cindy is still single. She's turning 42 this year. And what of it? I was even more puzzled by my father's words. Edward felt the same way. The truth is, Cindy's company went bankrupt recently, and she's now unemployed. Oh, that's unfortunate. Being single and jobless, you can understand we're worried about Cindy's future. Your sisters, after all, you should feel the same. Looking into my parents' eyes staring intently at me, I thought to myself, no, not really. But kept quiet, more curious about what they would say. Next, despite finding the conversation tedious, I just wanted them to get to the point without interrupting. It turns out, Cindy has always loved Edward, and she's still alone. You've enjoyed your married life with Edward, right? Please, let Cindy have the rest of her life with him. What the? While I was stunned, Edward looked at me, unable to keep up with the sudden turn of events, as if his soul had left his body. Ignoring us, my parents begged, and my sister still sat there smugly, as if certain that Edward would be hers. Well, our parents always gave her anything she wanted. Maybe that's why she's so mistaken, but this is just awful. As I held my head in shock, Edward pulled me aside. It seemed his soul had returned. Hey, isn't this a chance? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah, because it's like that joke you made while drunk has come to life. Should we do it? We quickly separated and faced my sister and parents again. So, Cindy, you really love Edward that much? To my question, my sister, surprised, said, Yes, yes. I've always loved him, really, really loved him. I see. That's some strong feeling. You've loved someone else's husband for 15 years, right? Yes, it's been tough, thinking of you and Edward together. We were getting along so well. Despite her confidently smug expression, Edward and I managed to keep straight faces. We lost then. If you feel that strongly, I'll step aside. The words shocked our parents. Immediately, my mother exclaimed, Really? But you loved Edward too, didn't you? Well, actually, Edward has also. I've always loved Cindy. Following my lead, Edward responded without missing a beat, causing my sister's face to turn bright red. See? I knew it. You didn't mind when I linked arms with you. The way you looked at me, it was so affectionate. It's been a long wait, we're finally going to be together. I struggled to keep from laughing. Hey, Edward, you're looking down. Pretending to tear up, but I can see your shoulders shaking. Hang in there. Let's spend our lives together, Ned. Cindy, who had been calling him by his name until just now, suddenly started calling him by a nickname. Over these 15 years, she must have built up quite an intense imaginary relationship with Edward in her mind. I'm happy, Cindy. Support me from now on, Edward smiled too. Yes. Of course. Then I'm quitting my job. What? Her blush vanished in an instant, her eyes wide with shock. I want to be with you every second, without wasting a moment. So I'm quitting my job to always be by your side. What? I won't even go outside. If possible, follow me to the bathroom. I'll always be watching you while you do the housework. As Edward cheerfully spoke, my sister froze, then began to panic. My parents were also flustered. I'm not working either, so that would be troubling. Why? If we're together, what's there to fear? Even without money, we'd be happy, right? No, but there are insurance premiums and stuff in modern America. This isn't some old tale. You mean you can't love me without money? It's not like that. Her eyes clearly avoided mine. I quickly chimed in. Well, Edward, make sure you pay a generous alimony when we divorce, okay? Edward smiled. Don't worry, your sister and your parents will take care of it. This caused my parents to pale and exchange glances. Cindy, I think it's not right to take a husband from your sister after all. That's right, Cindy. That's going a bit too far. Their sudden change of heart was as dramatically swift as it was beautiful. What? You guys said you would definitely get Edward for me. No, but Cindy, that's a different matter. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Whose side are you on? My sister was in a frenzy, yanking at our mother's hair as she tried to calm her, while our father desperately tried to intervene. It was like a scene from hell. And Edward and I just watched for a while. Finally, Edward, trying to change the course of the conversation, said, excuse me. Everyone suddenly turned to look at him. Honestly, I'm not at all into your sister. I was being polite because she's Katie's sister, but honestly, I can't stand women who make passes like that. It's just a turn-off. Yeah, exactly. It's a total turn-off. And the assumption that I like her is just too much. I really can't deal with women who jump to conclusions like that. Edward's frankness left my sister and our parents speechless. Huh? So what was all that before, Ned? Could you not call my husband by his nickname? There's no way Edward could love you, Cindy. We have children and we're happy together. I intervened as my sister approached Edward with a pale face. What the heck, Cindy? You tricked us. How can you not realize you were being tricked? Why would a man you haven't heard from in 15 years suddenly be in love with you? Are you delusional? My sister's face turned red with tears, probably from frustration. If you were such a charming woman, it might be one thing. But no one wants a delusional woman who's unemployed and leeching off her parents. Plus, you've always had your mom do the household chores. So you probably can't even handle those, right? With those skills at over 40, even if you got married, you'd likely be dumped. Edward laughed in the background, seemingly hitting the mark. As my sister couldn't stop her tears, sobbing uncontrollably. My parents comforted her but looked troubled as if to say, she's got a point. Well, that's how it is. Edward isn't going anywhere. That's right, so please give up, big sister. My sister broke down completely, crying childishly. It's embarrassing for an adult, she really hasn't grown up at all. Learn from this and don't get involved with us ever again. We're cutting ties with you for good. If Cindy struggles because she's unemployed, don't expect any help from us. With that, I closed the front door. When the kids asked what was happening, I said, it's almost Halloween and it seems a bad demon showed up at the wrong time. My eldest son suggested seeing her, which I stopped. But from outside, we could still hear my sister's wails. 5 years later, Cindy is still single as expected. She managed to find a job. But due to her reckless behavior, hitting on young coworkers and married men, she was eventually fired. Desperate for marriage, she continued her antics and is now banned from matchmaking parties. It looks like she'll remain single for life. My parents, even after retirement, work multiple jobs to save money, likely realizing they can't depend on Cindy for their future care. After all the doting they did, they should work hard and realize it's because of their sister. Meanwhile, I live a relaxed life as a housewife, thanks to my capable children and husband's earnings. No need for a job, though sometimes I wonder if working would have balanced out. My overeating during Christmas. As my daughter, who is perfectly slim, declares she wants to diet, I try desperately to stop her. Wait until you've grown sideways like your mom. My 2 sons have taken up dancing, recently performed at a local event, and dream of joining a famous dance group. Please keep the group going until my sons grow up, I think to myself. My in-laws frequently visit, and we often share meals. I call them in-laws here. But honestly, I think of them as my real parents. We're planning a luxurious resort vacation during the Easter holidays. I hope they stay healthy and continue to share their lives with us. Though things were rough before marriage, it's been nothing but happiness since. I truly feel I've found my real family. You're no use if you're frail. I try to eat a lot, but I just can't seem to gain weight. You don't have to force yourself to eat. Well, just managing to stay alive is good enough. Even when I fell ill, my mother never worried about me. It was always about whether I was useful or not. I've always felt judged in that way. My name is Mandy. I'm a 29-year-old housewife. My husband Kevin, also my age, was my classmate from middle school. He started a business young and is now a successful entrepreneur. Kevin was the one who gently reached out to me when I was going through my hardest times. Since middle school, Kevin and his parents, who were thrilled about our marriage, have always been concerned about me. Though I am happy now, I was treated harshly by my parents since childhood. That started when my mother died shortly after giving birth to me. It can't be helped. My parents are getting old, and they can't take care of a baby now. My sister never thought she'd pass away first. Are you saying I should raise a child that isn't even related to me by blood? Don't say that. We're having trouble having our own children. So let's think of her as our own. I was actually the child of my father's sister. Therefore, my father was technically my uncle. And there was no blood relation with my mother. Married for 5 years, my parents, unable to have children of their own, decided to raise me in place of my biological mother, who died soon after giving birth to me. This child has a fever again. I'm busy and now I need to go to the hospital. What a hassle. She is frail. My sister was never like this. It seems I was born weak and often fell ill. 2 years after taking me in, my parents finally had their own child. Who would have thought I could have a child? We wouldn't have needed your sister's child then. What a waste of time and money. Calm down, don't say that. When we took in Mandy, we never thought we'd be blessed with our own child. My sister Rebecca was smart and excelled academically from a young age. As a child, I adored my newborn sister and took great care of her. We remained close as we grew up. Rebecca bore the weight of our parents' expectations and was subjected to accelerated education from elementary school. Naturally intelligent, she absorbed knowledge like a highly absorbent sponge and maintained top grades through high school. Eventually, she was admitted to a prestigious science university. Rebecca, congratulations on your acceptance to the university. You've studied so hard, huh? Let's make today's dinner a celebration. I told my sister, expressing my congratulations. Well, thank you, Mandy, but we are supposed to go out to a restaurant today. Oh, I see. Then, go and enjoy some delicious food. Aren't you coming with us? I can't eat much at once, and I eat slowly. I'd just get scolded by Mom again. It's always like this for you. It's really terrible. Rebecca knew that I was not her real sister but her cousin. As I grew up, I naturally came to understand this. And our parents never hid my background from me. After a while, my parents took Rebecca and headed to the restaurant. Make sure you've cleaned up the bathroom. Don't take a shower before us, okay? It's decided that one of us should use the bathroom first. Okay, I got it. I saw the three of them off and settled for leftovers in the fridge for dinner. Being frail, I often missed school. Because of this, I wasn't allowed to go to university, as missing classes would be a waste of tuition. Unable to work outside, I ended up doing most of the housework instead. Although it got late, all I could do was wait for their return. My parents and Rebecca came back hours later. Come on, behave yourselves. You both drank too much. My parents said they drank too much wine, and both slumped at the entrance. Looking down at them, Rebecca said exasperatedly, seriously? You drank too much. In the end, it's just a nuisance to me. What kind of celebration dinner is that? Then, turning to me, she handed me a small white box and said, I bought a cake at the restaurant. Let's eat it together. Rebecca suggested that it was fine to let our parents sleep off their drunkenness there, and led me into the living room. After a while, our parents woke up at the entrance. Hey! Why didn't you carry us inside? My still slurring mother shouted from the entrance. As I hurried over, Rebecca followed and said to her, it's inefficient to move drunk people around. Wherever you take them, they'll just sleep. Wouldn't they realize their folly if they woke up where they first lost consciousness? Right? My parents, speechless, instead told me to prepare something to eat. I made some simple soup. They complained that the taste was bland, and the soup was too watery. As it was always like that, I didn't take it to heart. By the way, how much did you earn this month? I'm frail and can't work outside, so I've been working from home instead. I felt the pressure to contribute something to the household. I was saving bit by bit, thinking I needed to leave this house soon. Not much yet, maybe about $400. That's just pocket money. If only you could work outside too. Rebecca's education will cost us more now. I'll take out student loans for my tuition. I'll work part-time, too. Relieved by Rebecca's words, my parents seemed a bit comforted. After starting university, Rebecca indeed borrowed student loans and worked hard at her part-time jobs. Even when she came home late, she always studied. I supported her secretly. Eventually, Rebecca excelled and smoothly advanced to graduate school and found a job. Around that time, an incredible incident came to light. What did you spend it on? My father asked grimly, interrogating my mother. That's this idol I liked. I promised to follow him to England. What? Idol? My father was furious, not understanding her words. Essentially, my mother had been infatuated with a UK pop star for a long time, and had poured a considerable amount of money into it. Her feelings had exploded after saving for years, thinking about our tuition. That's because Rebecca said she'd go to university on a scholarship. So I thought a little spending would be okay. I was there with my mouth shut while they talked. However, my mother then turned to me and said, if you had properly worked and brought in money, this wouldn't have happened. I felt unfairly blamed, but because of my frailty, I couldn't leave the house much and I couldn't talk back. Then, a while later, it was discovered that my father had hidden debts too. The amount was considerable, running into a few tens of thousands of dollars. And even Rebecca accused him fiercely. There's no point in asking, but what did you spend it on? If it's pointless to ask, then don't ask me. Well, please don't. My father had never seemed so diminished. Well, it might be something really bad. Rebecca said that to me, but I didn't quite understand what she meant. Hopefully, no children that Dad made outside come knocking. Infidelity. That's what she meant by really bad. In about half a year, our parents' debts amounted to a few tens of thousands. They couldn't blame each other, so things started to calm down. But the debt didn't disappear. Thinking about what to do, my parents said something shocking. We've decided to sell this house. Rebecca will live with us. But Mandy, you have to make it on your own from now on. I couldn't hide my surprise at their words. It can't be helped, can it? You don't work, even after all we've done for you. I was doing some work from home, earning a modest amount to contribute to the household. However, to my parents, I wasn't their real child, so they could say such cruel things. Rebecca was furious like a raging fire at their words. I will never forgive them for driving you out, Mandy. That night, I had a long discussion with her. A few days later, I left the house, dragging my heavy luggage. I was heading to the bus stop when a car pulled up beside me. Isn't that Mandy? It was Kevin, who is now my husband. Knowing I was heading to the bus stop, he offered me a ride in his car. You said you were frail, right? Carrying such heavy luggage. Where are you going? Well, I don't want to hear if it's to a boyfriend's place. I shook my head vigorously and explained everything that had happened. Eventually, Kevin drove me to the cheap hotel in the city where I was planning to stay, listening to my story all the while. Even if they are step-parents, to drive out their daughter? That's a terrible story. Kevin said that, and during my stay at that hotel, he took me out to eat almost every day. After I left, my parents sold our house and made my sister take out a mortgage for a new apartment. It's a relief that Rebecca works at a famous company. We got the mortgage easily. And now we can live in such a lovely apartment in a prime location in the city center. In exchange, I've taken on a huge debt. Well, I will do some part-time work at least. Well, there's a new restaurant nearby that opened today. Let's try it out. We have money from selling the house. By driving me out and selling the house, my parents paid off their debts. After losing their home, they depended on Rebecca working at a famous company. They splurged luxuriously, and after paying off their debts, they seemed to have spent the remainder without thinking about the future. When their pockets were empty, they started counting on Rebecca's bonus. There's nothing left. What do you mean nothing? Isn't it bonus season? Our company is in trouble. Rebecca informed her parents and added, they're accepting voluntary early retirements. I might not qualify since I haven't been there long. But if I'm going to resign, I might as well get some money. The parents turned pale. Rebecca, what about the home mortgage? Of course, it'll become unpayable, so I'm planning to sell this place. What? What about us then? Are you going to rent an apartment somewhere? Then you have to take us with you. That's right. You need to do that. Since we're unemployed, we can't rent a place ourselves. Listening quietly to her parents' selfish reasoning, Rebecca slowly informed them. I worked part-time while attending college, and I've paid off most of my student loans with the money I earned. If my voluntary resignation is accepted and I receive a lump sum, I plan to enter medical school to become a doctor. She continued, having also found a place where she could work and live. Oh no, what about us then? Right. What about Mandy? She had some earnings too, right? Now that it's come to this, we must somehow get her to earn. Rebecca looked at her parents with a cold gaze and then smiled slyly. I received a call from my parents. They asked if I was doing well, or why I hadn't contacted them, always saying whatever they wanted. Mom, I'm currently. As I was about to speak, Kevin took the phone. After introducing himself, he said, Mandy is currently staying at my place. We are considering marriage. And currently. Before he could finish, my mother interrupted. Kevin. A soccer player from middle school? You were so popular, why would you be with Mandy? For a while, my mother chatted carelessly, but eventually, she fell silent after hearing Kevin's words. Our wedding is next month. We've already registered our marriage. So she's now my wife, and we won't be able to provide any support. I didn't hear anything about a marriage. After all we've done raising you. You didn't even bother to report something so important. In a fit of frustration, my mother apparently threw a tantrum. Wait, didn't Mandy tell Rebecca? Rebecca said she would tell the parents herself. Upon hearing Kevin's words, my mother turned and glared at my sister standing behind her. Rebecca had been in constant contact with me. When I confided to her about my relationship with Kevin, she immediately went to speak with him. She insisted that if Kevin truly loved me, he should register the marriage right away. If Kevin had refused, Rebecca was ready to come and get me herself. She was worried that once she could no longer take care of our parents, they would turn to me next. Later, Rebecca's application for voluntary resignation was accepted at her workplace, and she received her early retirement payment. The company wanted to retain such a young and capable employee, but Rebecca was firm in her decision. The apartment she shared with our parents was in a desirable and new location, so it quickly found a buyer. After clearing the mortgage debt, Rebecca applied to medical school and was admitted. Now, she's studying at medical school, living on site, and working part-time while aspiring to become a doctor. I want to be a doctor who can help people with frail bodies like you, Mandy, Rebecca said, determined. At the same time, our parents went to ask Kevin and his parents for a loan. Despite Kevin's warning, they came over with pale faces, having nowhere else to turn. We had been looked after by my wife's brother for a while, but we were kicked out from there too. We raised Mandy, so we have some rights to ask for help, right? You must have some money? Kevin's parents, while serving delicious food at their home, said softly. Mandy is Kevin's beloved wife, and we want to protect her. But they looked sternly at my parents and firmly rejected any further involvement. Intimidated by the attitude of Kevin's parents, my own parents shrunk back in uncertainty. Kevin's father then handed them a sum of money and said, "This money is a token of compassion. Use it to rent an apartment and start working to support yourselves. Mandy and Rebecca have both decided their paths and found happiness, right? Now it's your turn. Earn your own keep and manage your life after retirement." My parents were clearly told by Kevin's parents never to come back, and they were driven out of the house. Both looked pale and drained of blood. They probably never thought that they would be kicked out of a home like they had once done to me. If they could understand even a little of how I felt back then, there might be some hope for their future. Either way, after years of squandering, they'll need to continue working hard in their old age. From then on, I continued working from home to support my sister's dream of becoming a doctor. Instead of our parents, I diligently delivered homemade meals to her, and she was always delighted. Like this, I often visit her to support her dreams. Now, with a kind husband and supportive in-laws, and being able to support my sister, I am very happy.
Amy, thanks for taking care of my daughter for the past month. I'll come to pick her up tomorrow. What are you talking about? Patty, who had been traveling for a month, was still at the airport. I could hear the flight transfer announcements over the phone. Unlike my calm reply, she started to panic. Oh no. What are you saying? She must be there, right? I left Mia in your apartment's garage. Mia is her daughter, hence my niece. I haven't seen her. When are you talking about? Don't play dumb. I sent you a message, so you should know. I haven't received any messages. No, that's impossible. Patty, now in panic, screamed over the phone. What are you going to do about this? I left Mia in your care. You have to take responsibility if something happens. After hanging up once, Patty tried calling Mia's child-friendly smartphone but couldn't connect, and continued to panic. She called me back hurriedly, screaming even more, so I suggested she might as well go home. Oh, that's right. That's a good idea. After hanging up, she headed home quickly, but there she found Victor, Mia, and me together. Patty looked puzzled, her mouth opening and closing as if she wanted to ask why the three of us were together. Patty, I've heard everything from these two. What? At Victor's words, she was shocked and turned pale. My name is Amy Baker. Until a few years ago, I worked for a company. At 40, I became independent and started working as a freelance illustrator. My income has increased, and now I live alone in an apartment. My job is primarily home-based, and I only leave the house occasionally for shopping or meetings with clients. I'm not married and don't have a partner, but I'm satisfied with my life. Friends sometimes ask if I'm lonely, but I've never thought about it. I'm more fulfilled by my work and don't plan to look for a partner. I am a bit worried about my old age, but when the time comes, I'll think about it, which sometimes surprises me with my own optimism. Today, after finishing a deadline for an illustration, I took a break at 3 p.m. and looked at the calendar. Then I realized that my brother Victor's birthday was coming up soon. Victor, 5 years older than me, works as a salesperson for a major publishing company, and often lives away from family for quite a long time to work for a specific project. Occasionally, he brings back souvenirs from his workplace. Last month, he dropped by my place unexpectedly and brought some cookies as a souvenir. I invited Victor inside, made coffee, and we ate the cookies together. You should buy more for Patty and Mia instead of me. But I need to see your face from time to time. I wouldn't want you to have collapsed or something. That protective, considerate nature is what has always been one of Victor's good traits. Patty and Mia are his wife and daughter, making them my sister-in-law and niece, respectively. I haven't told Victor, but I find Patty a bit difficult. She's very outgoing, always dressed fashionably with trendy nails and clothes, giving off a glamorous vibe. That's not a bad thing in itself, and I don't really mind. But she often seems to look down on me for being single. During a family gathering on Christmas, when she found out I didn't have a partner or a spouse, she laughed out loud. Amy, are you the type who thinks you can put off marriage because you believe you're still young and beautiful? Do you know about the right time to marry? Well, I think marriage and relationships are personal values. I don't think it's necessary to have a partner. As I responded, Patty laughed again. What was so funny, I couldn't tell, maybe it was the alcohol. But she kept teasing me about the same thing, which was exhausting. When choosing my apartment, one of my absolute criteria was to be far from my brother's place, mainly because of Patty. However, I got along well with my niece Mia. She's turning 10 this year and apparently goes to school carrying a cute light blue backpack. I haven't seen her in it, but she told me about it when she visited my place. Amy, you draw so well. Mia was watching me work on my illustrations and was fascinated by the pictures on the computer screen. I want to draw too. Oh, wanna try? Really? Sure, I have plenty of time before the deadline, you can try drawing a bit. Mia sat in front of the computer, excitedly moving the pen. What she drew then was her light blue backpack. She mentioned that it was heavy because she has a tablet inside. In the summer, the water bottle makes it even heavier. Yet despite being so small, Mia handles it admirably. According to Mia, while Victor is away on business, leaving his home, Patty spends her time as she pleases. She buys ready-made meals from stores or supermarkets for dinner or lunches when school is off. I usually do the laundry, and sometimes Mom does it. Really?
Yeah.
Also, she gets really angry if there's mud on my shoes after gym class. Why? What does your mom do at home? She's always just watching her smartphone or TV. Mia often stays in her room or heads out to the park or library to avoid upsetting her mom. Hearing this makes me feel that it's not the best parenting, but I hesitate to comment as an outsider. On another occasion, when our family gathered, I saw Patty scolding the quiet Mia harshly over something minor like spilling tea or something. It seemed like something that could simply be wiped up with a cloth. And I thought it unnecessary for her to get so angry. Mom is scary, and she gets angry no matter what I say, so I can't say anything. I couldn't quite forget that Mia's quiet comment as she left. That day after drawing her light blue backpack. It was a sunny weekend day when Patty, going on a day trip with her mom friends, had dropped Mia off. I never imagined that a few days later, a similar message would appear on my smartphone. The autumn leaves in the local park had turned completely, and the chilly weather made me miss the sunshine. When I returned to my apartment after running some errands, I saw the silhouette of a little girl standing alone by the parking area. She was wearing a light blue backpack and her face was half hidden by a mask, but I recognized her. Mia? When I called out, her anxious eyes looked up at me. It was indeed Mia. What are you doing here alone? And what's with that bag? Next to her was a small carry-on suitcase, making it look like she had run away from home. Mom said to go to your house, Amy. Seeing the question marks above my head, Mia pointed to my bag and muttered. On your cell phone. Could there possibly be a message on the smartphone? I quickly pulled out my smartphone from my bag, and indeed, there was a recent message from Patty. Sorry for the sudden notice, Amy. I'm going on a trip with a friend for a month starting today. Please take care of my daughter. As I finished reading, an exclamation of confusion escaped my lips, but I quickly closed my mouth. Of course, it was out of bewilderment. But first, I decided to bring the understandably confused Mia inside. Once we were inside and she took off her mask, Mia's cheeks were as red as apples, and her hands were very cold. I made her some hot cocoa and offered her some snacks while I listened to her story. Mia was drawing on her notebook in her room just a while ago. Patty barged into her room without knocking, handed her the carry-on suitcase, and said, Mia, you're going to Amy's house now, so get ready. Mom won't be home for a month, so take your backpack too, okay? Understood? Okay. Thus, Mia hastily packed her notebook, pencil case, textbooks, and tablet into her backpack while Patty was on the phone, sounding very excited. Really? That's great. Hey, you're already drinking? That's too fast. Patty's voice was high-pitched and filled the house. Laughter different from the usual motherly tone floated down from the stairs. And Mia had to cover her ears. Once the phone call ended, Patty's voice returned to normal. And then Mia was left at that place with her luggage. Mom said to be good because I'm staying with Amy for a month. And told to wait there under the chilly sky. Despite the sunshine, it was quite cold. I was getting angry thinking about what Patty would have done if Mia had gotten sick. But does my brother? I mean, your father know about this? I don't think so. Mom doesn't really talk to Dad much. Mia said this while munching on chocolate cookies. Seeing cookie crumbs on her cheeks was endearing. But I felt it was wrong not to tell my brother about the situation, so I decided to call him later. Amy, I don't want to be with Mom anymore. Suddenly, Mia said this while staring at the rim of her juice glass. The girl who had been happily eating cookies now looked burdened beyond her 10 years. Why? Because Mom gets angry quickly, she throws things like the trash can, and it's scary. She throws the trash can? I haven't done anything wrong, but she throws it, saying, "Get out of the way." Or, "Go away." My teachers don't believe me either. I hate it. Tears fell from her eyes, and she cried profusely. I stroked her back and waited for her to calm down, offering tissues. It was clear that what was happening to her was not normal. Convinced of this, I decided to call Victor to see if he could come back. I left her side for a while, planning my words and thinking of a solution as I fiddled with my smartphone. Okay, this might work. I murmured softly and dialed my brother's number. What? Mia. Yes, yes. What's going on? As I explained the situation, Victor sounded quite shaken, his voice trembling slightly. Initially, he tried to joke, saying things like, "Is this some kind of joke?" But as I continued, he seemed to believe me and listened attentively. Then, when I shared my plan with him, Victor agreed and said he would adjust his work and vacation to help out. Okay, thanks. Rest assured, I'll take care of Mia. I hung up the phone, then went back to my smartphone to delete Patty's message from my inbox. I glanced towards the living room, wondering if Mia had calmed down, and slowly walked back in. Tonight, I decided to splurge a little and treat her to something delicious. As I thought this, I slowly made my way back, step by step. Mia's school is a bit far from here, but I explained the situation to the school. And they arranged for her to take the bus. This should make carrying her heavy tablet and backpack a bit easier. I decided to bill Victor later for the bus fare, while I continued my usual work from home during the day. Mia isn't enrolled in any after-school activities, so she comes home and does her homework after school. Amy, can you check this for me? I was surprised since I thought teachers did that, but according to Mia, it was different. All my classmates have their moms do it. I used to do it by myself. As I realized how self-centered Patty had been, I picked up a red pen. After checking the worksheet, it was time to prepare dinner. As I stood in the kitchen, Mia followed me and implied with her eyes that she wanted to help. We're making hamburgers today. Can you start by peeling the onions? Yes. Mia peeled the onions faster than I expected and quickly followed my cooking instructions. I wondered where she had learned to cook so well, but before I could ask, the meal was ready. Time flew by as these days repeated themselves, and before I knew it, a month had passed. While looking at the calendar and thinking it was about time, sure enough, I received a call from Patty on my smartphone. Amy, thanks for taking care of my daughter this past month. I'll come to pick her up tomorrow. What are you talking about? I replied calmly. Patty, who had been traveling for a month, was still at the airport, as I could hear the flight transfer announcements over the phone. Oh, come on, what are you saying? She must be there, right? I left Mia at your apartment complex, so you must know. I haven't seen her. When are you talking about? Don't play dumb. I sent you a message, so you should know. I haven't received any messages. Are you sure you didn't get the wrong person? No, that's impossible. Patty, apparently panicking, screamed over the phone. What are you going to do about this? I left Mia with you. If something happens, you're responsible. I'm calling Mia too. She yelled sharply and abruptly hung up the phone. After a while, she called again, still shouting as she continued to panic. It seems she tried calling Mia's child-friendly smartphone, but couldn't get through and continued to panic. Patty, why don't you go home and calm down first? That's true. Good idea, I'm going home. After that, I could hear Patty arguing with another man in the background, but they were too far away to be understood clearly. The silence that followed was like the calm before the storm. Eventually, when Patty returned home, she stormed down the hallway with heavy footsteps. When she opened the door and entered the living room, her face, which was like a demon's from her messy hair, suddenly turned pale with shock. In the living room were Victor, Mia, and me. Patty seemed to want to ask why all three of us were together, but was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Patty, I've heard everything from these two. And your phone call just now. What? I put the phone on speaker mode so everyone could hear. It'll make it easier to talk about what comes next. It was only natural that Mia's smartphone was off, so it wouldn't connect. How could you do that? That should be my line. You said you didn't know earlier. But I've been taking care of Mia here for a month. How can you just leave and go on a trip, leaving her at someone's house? But I sent you a message. That's not the point. Then Victor carefully chose his words and spoke quietly. Both of you, calm down. Mia is here too. Patty, so it's true you went on a trip by yourself and left Mia behind. Your appearance and luggage look like you've just returned. Patty was dressed in a warm coat and seemed dressed up for a trip. Her luggage was full, perhaps filled with souvenirs and clothes. She didn't deny it but started making excuses. Yes, I did go on a trip. Because, you know, even a housewife needs a break. Doing laundry and cooking every day, it's repetitive and stressful. Just let me have this time with my friends. Are these friends, the ones you're referring to in these emails? I showed her several sheets of copy paper. They contained emails between Patty and a person who seemed to be her affair partner, discussing plans for a trip. The emails weren't just recent but had started around the beginning of last spring. And on the day I only took care of Mia for one day, Patty had gone to see gardens with this person. The day trip with mom friends was a complete lie. Patty, realizing she had been caught, covered her mouth as if to say oops. In fact, a few hours before Patty arrived here, at Mia's request, I had searched through Patty's computer and found these emails. Mia had seen her mother frequently looking at her smartphone and messaging someone, and eventually began to suspect that the person wasn't her father. Her suspicions were confirmed when she saw the name of an unknown man on her mother's smartphone messages, while her mother was asleep in the living room. The voice on the phone wasn't her father's either. Mia had told me 6 months ago that her mother was having an affair. I was skeptical until Patty suddenly announced a month ago that she was going on a trip. But after checking the computer just now, it turned out Mia's intuition was correct. Looking over at Victor, I noticed him quietly, yet visibly shaking. What have you done, really? I trusted you, and you just leave Mia with Amy and go off on a trip to cheat? Victor approached Patty with trembling fists. No, it's a misunderstanding. I was told to go on the trip, I had no choice. What do you mean, no choice? You left this house empty for a month for that reason? Say something that makes sense. I was being threatened. Believe me, Mia, you believe me, right? Mia was suddenly asked to respond, but she answered calmly and plainly. Mom, you were on the phone before you left and you sounded so happy. Plus, you made me do all the cooking and cleaning, and you just slept all day. Mia glared at Patty, seizing the moment. And you told me not to stay up late and to go to bed early. But you would go out at night and not come back until morning and then sleep on the floor. What you said was all messed up. Hearing this, Victor pressed her further. Going out at night, you mean you were out partying? No, that's not it. Mia, just be quiet. I quickly showed Victor a photo on my smartphone. It showed Patty dressed up and leaving the house late at night. This was taken several months ago. Mia contacted me, and I happened to be nearby and took it. I was surprised too. Where were you going at that time of night, Patty? Faced with the photo, Patty seemed to give up trying to escape the truth and just collapsed right there. I can't believe it. I can't leave Mia with you anymore. Let's get a divorce. I'll also ask for compensation for negligence. You can go and be happy with that other man. Victor said that much and then turned his back on Patty. Divorce? Are you kidding? Don't you think it's sad for Mia to not have her mother? What about Mia? Help me, please. No. Absolutely not. Amy is more like a mother to me. It was embarrassing as an adult to see her beg her child like that. But Mia dismissed Patty outright. During the time Mia stayed with me, I made sure to spend quality time with her, talking about school, hobbies, and her future plans. Of course, cooking together was also one of those activities. Don't worry, Patty. I'll make sure Mia is happy, I said with a smile, and Patty just slumped down, saying nothing more. 6 months later, her divorce from Victor was finalized, and custody was granted to Victor. Patty was taken back to her parents' home in her hometown. The man Patty had met online disappeared as soon as he found out she was divorced. And all communication ceased. By the time Patty realized she had been played, she was left with a large amount of compensation and child support to pay. Her savings were insufficient, and she had to ask her parents to cover more than half of it. Consequently, her parents kept a much closer watch on her, and she could no longer go out late at night. Furthermore, because she divorced and returned to her hometown without taking her daughter, rumors spread, and she was often looked at negatively when she went out during the day. So she seldom left the house. Still, she would eventually need to re-enter society. But what happens after that is unknown to me, Victor, and Mia. Victor and Mia decided to rent out their old house, and now live on a different floor in the same apartment building as me. The rental income is intended to help with the mortgage payments and Mia's savings. I started visiting them almost daily. Victor, who had been on many business trips and neglected his family, decided to change jobs after reflecting on his focus on work over family. Changing careers in his 40s was challenging, but his excellent sales records and communication skills meant he could have been in management. So he received job offers from 2 or 3 companies within 6 months, and started working at one of them. I was surprised to learn about Victor's capabilities, as I didn't know he was that skilled. At his previous company, he preferred being a field salesman and had gently declined promotions. I just didn't think it would be interesting to stay on the same company floor all the time. Is that really why? But your new job is fully remote, right? Yes, but it allows me to talk with many different people, which I find interesting. And most importantly, it means I can be with Mia. Mia is still carrying her light blue backpack to school every day. The move resulted in a change of school districts, necessitating Mia to transfer schools. It must have been sad for her to say goodbye to her friends and teachers. But Mia seems surprisingly resilient and is actually enjoying her new school life. Mia, have you gotten used to your new school yet? While we were cooking dinner together, Mia giggled.
Yeah.
I made a friend in the class next door. Already? That was fast. Mia nodded shyly.
Yeah.
We're going to make hamburgers at her house next time. That sounds fun.
Yeah.
Seeing her smile brightly made me smile too. Mia dreams of opening a Western-style restaurant one day. Despite being only 10 years old, she has a firm dream, and she shared her reason with me. My friend, like me, doesn't have a mom who cooks, so she makes her own meals. She said she wants to cook for people who don't have anyone to make meals for them, just like us. Is that so? I want to be able to do that too. So, I'm practicing making hamburgers. Her innocent laughter momentarily filled me with a profound, indescribable emotion. But I quickly smiled and responded. That's great, Mia. Your hamburgers are delicious. I hope lots of people get to try them.
Hee.
Seeing Mia facing forward so bravely and shining so brightly, I felt confident that her dreams would not just be fantasy. I eagerly await the day Mia grows up and opens her own restaurant.
Amy, seriously. You took my bag again, didn't you? Just borrowed it a bit. It's too good for you, sis. A brand bag. I saved up to buy that as a reward for myself on my birthday. Lame. Buying yourself a present for your own birthday. Pathetic for a woman with no man, huh? Must be lonely being ugly. I can buy whatever I want for myself. Besides, this isn't the first time you've taken my stuff. Cut it out. The bag looks happier with me than with an ugly sister like you. Give it back now. Stop nagging. You're the older sister, you can spare a bag or two for your little sis. Amy has always been like this, wanting anything I have. Our parents do warn her, but eventually, they settle everything with, you're the older sister. I am Sandra White, 28 years old. After graduating from university, I got a job at a major corporation. Amy, for years my junior, graduated from university last year and got a job. But she spends her salary right away. She never contributes to the household expenses. Our parents tell her to contribute a bit, but they don't insist, so things just slide by. Yet, I often hear, it's a bit tight this month. Could you contribute a bit more, from our mom? Reluctantly, I give her the money, and it turns out she sometimes passes it to Amy. Keep it a secret from Sandra. Thanks, Mom, I love you. I've seen this happen several times. I don't bother saying anything, though it really bothers me. Amy is aware that our parents are lenient with her. She takes advantage of that and is good at playing the sweet daughter. She's also quite attractive, which has always made her popular. I don't think I'm that pretty, but I'm not ugly either. However, I was good at studying and always had good grades. My parents would praise me for getting perfect scores, but my dad would say, but in the end, a woman's looks matter. A woman who's only smart isn't attractive to men. When I frowned, he'd say, making that face makes you look even uglier. He might have meant it as a joke, but it hurt me. They were happy when I passed the National University exam. But then said we couldn't afford it because Amy went to a costly private high school. I had to get a scholarship and pay tuition through part-time jobs. Still, when I got a job at a large corporation, they were thrilled. I'm so glad. To think you landed a job at such a great company. All your hard work paid off, just as I thought my daughter could do it. I always believed you were capable, they said, and it really made me happy. I thought my parents had finally acknowledged me. But Amy went to an expensive private university and just partied. My parents hardly scolded her and kept paying her tuition, despite telling me we had no money. She's just that kind of girl. If we push her, she'll sulk. Mom would say, but I wonder if it's really okay to leave it at that. Despite my frustrations, I've somewhat resigned myself to this being just how our family is. I have a boyfriend. He works for a foreign trading company that does business with my company. We got close after several business meetings and started dating. Within a year, he proposed. And we've introduced each other to our families and are now engaged. The family meeting for our engagement was the first time Amy met my fiancé, Ryan Thompson. When Ryan first came to our house to introduce himself, Amy didn't even want to meet him, saying, "Why bother meeting my sister's boyfriend? He's bound to be ugly." She didn't want to come to the family meeting either and complained a lot. I thought it wasn't necessary to force her, but our parents managed to bring her along. However, as soon as she saw Ryan, her attitude changed. No way. He's super handsome. And he works for a foreign trading company? How did you manage to snag someone like that? Hey, that's rude. Well, she's complimenting him. Come on, isn't he too good for you? Maybe I'm more his type, huh? Hey, Ryan, why not dump her and choose me? What nonsense are you spouting? Ryan and I are engaged. Stop saying ridiculous things. Ryan seemed not entirely displeased, which worried me. After the meeting, he commented with a grin. Amy looks nothing like you, Sandra. She's super pretty. Not that I'm saying you're ugly. Just an objective observation. Objective, huh? Yeah. Plus, she's more proactive, or should I say, brighter, easier to talk to. Proactive? What do you mean? I mean sociable. But honestly, if I'm going out with someone, I'd prefer a beauty like her. What are you saying, Ryan? I mean, I never thought Sandra's sister would be such a beauty. She must be popular, huh? Ryan seemed completely smitten as he kept talking about Amy. Since that day, Ryan's behavior changed. He started canceling dates and acted distantly. Something was definitely off. Though it's just my speculation. I couldn't accuse him without evidence. Then Amy suddenly bragged. Sandra, I've decided to take Ryan for myself. What? While I was trying to comprehend what she said, I glanced at our parents, who wouldn't meet my eyes. Amy saw that, grinned, and continued. We get along so well. Plus, he's handsome and an elite. It's obvious he's a better match for me than an ugly sister like you. What are you talking about? Ryan is my fiancé. I'm just giving you a heads up. But it can't be helped, can it? If you compare me to you, I'm obviously the better choice. Amy said without a hint of shame, laughing foolishly. I couldn't understand what was funny, nor why our parents remained silent. So, Ryan and I are getting married. Are you kidding me? Don't joke around. But it can't be helped. Ryan and I love each other. And I've already talked to Mom and Dad about it. You're lying. Looking back at my parents, they averted their gaze with a guilty smile. No, that's not possible. A sister stealing her sister's fiancé isn't just some petty theft. This isn't something that should be forgiven. Shouldn't parents be angrier about this? Why are they acting so normal? A flood of emotions overwhelmed me, leaving me speechless with anger and sadness mingling within. Why? Why aren't you angry? Even now, are you still saying because she's your sister? Because you're the older sister? I couldn't help but glare at my parents. Hey, don't make that face. It can't be helped, things have turned out this way. Well, yes. I was surprised, of course. But Ryan said he prefers Amy. It's all about the feelings between the people involved. Exactly. Your unhappiness is because you have a sister like me, a beauty. Just give up on life already. Well, yes. I was shocked too, honestly. But Ryan said he prefers Amy. It's all about the feelings between the people involved. Exactly. Your unhappiness, sister, is because you have a beautiful sister like me. Might as well give up on life now. With that, Amy burst into laughter. See, Sandra, you're the older sister. My mother's usual phrase made something snap inside me. I've reached my limit, I can't endure this anymore. These people aren't my family. Understood. Fine. I'm leaving. What? If Amy's here, that's enough for you, right? But that's troubling. If you leave, we'll have less money for living expenses. We also need money for Amy's wedding. Even if you leave, you'll still send us money, right? Well, you'll do at least that much, right? It's for your dear sister's wedding. Are my parents really saying they want me to pay for the wedding? Of the sister who stole my fiancé? Despite always being asked for more money on top of living expenses since I started working, do they still need more? To these parents, am I just a source of money? Were they happy about my job because they were eyeing my salary? Thinking this, I felt utterly hopeless. Unable to speak anymore, I silently left the room and entered my own. As soon as I stepped inside, I felt so miserable that tears overflowed. I packed my bags while crying. I didn't want to spend another second in this place. I had no place to go, but even sleeping on the streets seemed better than staying here. As I left the room with my suitcase, my parents looked a bit shocked. Are you really going to leave? Let her. If she wants to leave, let her. An ugly sister like her isn't needed at the wedding anyway. But still. Don't worry. Ryan's an elite, he earns well. We don't have to worry about money. Is that so? Well, if you say so. I thought, well, if you say so. What is that supposed to mean? I almost shouted in anger, but it felt like a waste of energy to even get angry. Without any response, I quietly left the house. I stayed in a business hotel for a while. Neither my family nor Ryan contacted me. In the end, that was the extent of my significance to them. Just as I was thinking about finding a place to live, I was offered a transfer to an overseas branch. I accepted the offer without hesitation, thinking it would be a fresh start. Since Ryan's company had dealings with the overseas branch, he must have known about my transfer. Perhaps he was relieved or felt refreshed. After 6 years abroad, I had no contact with my family, and they became a distant existence to me. In the 4th year of my assignment, I married a man I met there. My husband is very sincere and gentle. I didn't inform my family, nor did I feel the need to. At 34, I returned to the US with my husband but felt no desire to see my parents or sister. It reaffirmed that they were practically strangers to me. A month after returning, my husband and I went shopping, doubling as a date. It had been a while since my husband was in the US. So we enjoyed visiting San Francisco. After a day out, we headed to a restaurant cafe run by a friend for dinner. Walking from the subway station, someone unexpectedly tapped my shoulder. When I turned around, there was Amy. I knew it was you. I thought you might look a bit more like an old lady. Amy. Next to her stood Ryan, now her husband, my former fiancé. Seeing his face instantly dampened my spirits. It's true what they say about how unpleasant it can be just to see someone's face. Who is this? Technically, my sister. I had told my husband about my previous engagement and how my sister took him away. Naturally, he didn't have a good impression of them. What? Is this your sister's boyfriend? He's my husband. Really? I didn't know you got married. Weren't you overseas? I came back last month. While saying this, Amy looked my husband up and down as if sizing him up, and smirked. She was still as unpleasant as ever. I could guess what she wanted to say. After all, my husband is quite indifferent to fashion. Of course, he dresses sharply for work, but as soon as he gets home, he switches to sweatpants. Today, he was dressed in a t-shirt and jeans bought from a chain store, fitting for a casual dinner at a friend's place. I too was dressed comfortably in casual clothes. But this relaxed style suits us, and that's what I appreciate about my husband. Smirking, Amy said, "In the end, you married a poor man, congratulations. But at least you got married. With that face, I thought you'd stay single forever. But I guess there are odd tastes out there." What is she talking about? Poor man, is she referring to me? Seems so, I replied, while Ryan, standing next to Amy, began to fidget, probably recognizing my husband. It's kind of funny, you're really suited to each other. A bit poor looking though. Hey, stop it. What? You're being considerate because he's your ex-fiancé? That's unnecessary. If he left you, it's because you're ugly, sis. Stop it, will you? What? Don't tell me you're regretting it now that your sister got married. Shut up, idiot. Ryan yelled and covered Amy's mouth. Amy struggled as if questioning what he was doing. Sorry, she's a bit crazy. And you are? Her husband. That means Sandra's ex-fiancé? But I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. It's your imagination. Well, I must be going now, Ryan said as he tried to drag Amy away, but she broke free from his grip and yelled. He probably thought Amy would join him in laughing at me. But he was frustrated that things didn't go as expected. Come on, what are you doing? Ryan said he felt refreshed breaking up with an ugly sister like you. And then marrying such a shabby poor-looking man. You must have gone desperate after I took Ryan from you. This is where you're supposed to laugh. I told you to stop. This man is Junior. What? My husband's company is the largest client of the company Ryan works for. And my husband is the son of the CEO of that company. He's often called Junior, a nickname he dislikes. Besides, it's not decided yet whether he will take over his father's company. My husband is 37 years old now, and there are trustworthy seniors in the company who have been there longer than him. He still has a lot to learn, and his father, the CEO, has said he doesn't put weight on hereditary succession. But my husband greatly respects his father and hopes to be acknowledged by him someday. Whether my husband becomes the CEO or takes a different job, it doesn't matter to me. The man I love is him as an individual, not his job or title. Junior, what? That means he's the son of the CEO of our company's client. No way. Is that bigger than Ryan's company? It's not even close. I knew it. I saw you at the company before. Nice to meet you, Junior. I look forward to working with you. I refuse. What? I've heard about what you guys did from my wife. I don't wish to associate with such people, not even in business. But that has nothing to do with work. It's a private matter, Sweat. Private or not, people who hurt others without remorse or betray trust can't be trusted in business either. My husband retorted, leaving Ryan pale. Meanwhile, Amy was eyeing my husband like a snake sizing up its prey. I guessed she was up to no good again. If I know Amy, she was probably about to act sweet to win him over. Her attitude changed dramatically from before. Wow. I knew there was something special about you. Let's get along well, brother-in-law. Amy tried to touch my husband's arm with a disgustingly sweet voice. But he moved away before she could touch him. Don't touch me. I really dislike women like you. What? How can you say that? I'm way prettier than my sister. Everyone prefers a beautiful woman. You think you're beautiful? My wife looks much more beautiful to me. Ugliness of the heart shows on the face. Compared to you, a chimpanzee is much cuter. What did you say? I thought, chimpanzee. Seeing Amy's astonished face, I almost burst out laughing, but at the same time, I was moved by my husband's words. I knew he meant what he said. He had told me before how tired he was of women who flocked to him just because he was the son of a big company's CEO. Amy's behavior was exactly like those women. I met my husband outside of work, while I was stationed at an overseas branch. On my days off, I often ventured alone to cafes. And it turned out that my favorite cafe was also frequented by my future husband. He always looked so shabby that I thought he must be a jobless person. Or maybe an unsuccessful artist. As we kept bumping into each other. And since we were both American, we started talking. Neither of us disclosed our occupations. And we merely introduced ourselves by our first names. But soon, I started looking forward to meeting him at the cafe, actually. I began going there hoping to see him. There was a genuine kindness in his straightforward, pure eyes. One day, I said to him, "Hey, if you have any paintings, I'd like to buy one." "Oh, but nothing too expensive. Or are you a street musician? If so, I could promote you." My husband was taken aback by my words and burst into laughter after a moment's pause. "I've never met anyone as interesting as you." He wasn't an artist, he confessed, but still didn't mention his profession. Thinking he was indeed out of work, I earnestly offered to help him find a job. He laughed even harder, but we really hit it off. It wasn't long before I encountered him at my company's client office. That's when I first learned that he was the son of a major company's CEO. I was so embarrassed, I felt like I could literally burst into flames. But that day, he proposed to me. I wasn't even officially his girlfriend yet, but I found myself nodding in agreement. How am I worse than a chimpanzee? How rude. Amy must have been furious, her face turning bright red. Wait, were you just making eyes at Junior? It doesn't matter. I'm leaving now. The two of them shouted at each other, not caring who saw. My husband and I looked at each other and laughed. I felt incredibly refreshed thanks to him. Ryan later had a chance to work with my husband, but upon seeing his face, he became flustered and messed up, leading to his demotion. I thought that would be the last we'd hear from them. But a month later, Amy contacted me. "Sis, I need a favor." "A favor?" "I need money." "Well, actually, give me money." "What?" "Ryan's been demoted to a subsidiary, and his salary has plummeted. He's not elite anymore. We have so many payments to make and not enough money." "Why should I give you money, Amy?" "Because you're my sister." "Isn't your husband heir to a huge company?" "You have loads of money, right, so it's fine." "I might have loads of money, but I'm not giving you a single penny." "Why not?" "Your sister is in trouble. You should help, that's what sisters do." "I don't think so at all. I've long stopped thinking of you as my sister. You're less than a stranger to me. Don't ever contact me again." "Don't say that. You're the only one I can rely on." "I don't want to be relied on by you, Amy. We have nothing to do with each other. Goodbye." After blocking my sister's number, I immediately received a call from my parents. It seemed they heard about my husband from Amy. They were being squeezed for money by Amy and her husband, and were now in debt themselves. They were obviously looking for a handout. Just like I thought. "I knew you'd snag a wealthy husband. Now our retirement is secure. Of course, you'll help us out, won't you?" I was speechless at their audacity. They both kept saying things, but I hung up and promptly blocked them as well. This time for good. I now have a loving husband and in-laws who warmly support us. Since returning to the US, we've been living together with my in-laws. I finally feel like I have a real family. My husband and I cherish our in-laws and look forward to building a warm, loving home together. Please consider how your husband feels, unable to sleep due to our baby's nightly crying. You can't manage the housework or childcare, you're an incomplete wife. Isn't it shameful for a housewife? If you want to start over, cool your head and then come back. Despite the late hour, my husband heartlessly locked me and our 4-month-old daughter out of the house. Even when she cries, he doesn't hold her. Instead, he hurries to another room, always making sure to click his tongue audibly. Even when I feed her formula or change her diapers, I panic if she doesn't stop crying. I worry more about my husband's mood than about our daughter's condition. The postpartum fatigue was more enduring than I expected. And my husband was utterly indifferent. The man I once loved had changed, and gradually, I felt nothing towards him. My name is Kelly, and I'm a 28-year-old housewife. After graduating from a technical college, I worked at a web company but resigned when I got married. My partner was Ben, a salesperson I met at the company where I worked reception. He initiated conversations with me often, skillful with his words, which quickly drew me in, as I was shy and inexperienced in love. He complimented how gracefully I moved, saying, "You were so beautiful I couldn't take my eyes off you," which led me to boldly pursue him, and we started dating. I was so blindly in love that I followed almost everything he said. When he expressed a desire for me to focus on household duties after marriage, I prioritized his wishes over my job, which I had enjoyed. During our dating, he'd say, "I'll earn the money, so I want my wife to focus on the house. And I want children in 3 years." They should learn this and that. I found his strong opinions about our married life charming, and felt happy to be by his dependable side. Indeed, as a trader, my husband had a good income and was on a successful career path. However, he was extremely concerned about appearances and demanded perfection in my housework. He had many friends and would often invite colleagues over without notice, which made those times particularly challenging. Even though I was at home, I could never relax. And those who drank badly would make noise late into the night, preventing us from having a peaceful weekend. Yet, it was better than him coming home in the morning after a night out. And I was happy when he completely stopped this behavior after I became pregnant. He often spoke grandly, perhaps due to his job. But I tried to see it as part of his profession and cherished the joy of our growing family. However, after giving birth to our daughter, I began to experience hell. 4 months after our beloved daughter's birth, she often smiled and recently started rolling over. My husband remained busy as usual, leaving my daughter and me mostly alone from morning to night. I was well aware of this, but it seemed he had no interest in our daughter at all. Unless I brought her up, she was never a topic of conversation between us. Even when she slept in the crib right in front of him, he ignored her. And if she fussed even a little at night, he would click his tongue. There were days when I was so sleep-deprived that I didn't notice my daughter crying. On such days, my husband would walk irritably to the next room, without even trying to hold her. The following day, he would invariably scold me, saying, "Don't you have any parental awareness? The room's a mess, laundry's piling up, and what are you doing all day? On top of that, you won't let your tired husband sleep. What kind of harassment is this?" As he stomped around before leaving for work. Which one of us lacks parental awareness? I wanted to retort multiple times, but it was true that both my housekeeping and childcare had become subpar. My in-laws, who visited often, were also concerned. "I'm sorry, I haven't been able to clean properly." I apologized while serving coffee, but they both shook their heads. "Kelly, you're doing enough for our son. We'll make sure to talk to him. Plus, she's such a cute child." It's understandable if housekeeping slips a bit. He doesn't understand a mother's heart at all. My mother-in-law, in particular, was supportive, and had repeatedly called my husband to advocate for me. However, this backfired, and my husband's visits to his parents' home, which had been monthly, drastically decreased. Amidst this, I received news that my sister, Megan, had quit her job and was returning to our hometown. "I haven't greeted your husband and child yet, so I'll drop by to say hello." Unlike me, Megan is bright and lively but also headstrong, and quick to speak her mind if she dislikes something. This resignation likely stemmed from a disagreement with a boss or colleague, as this was not her first job change for such reasons. I invited her over when my husband was off work, thinking I might need to intervene if they clashed, but surprisingly, they got along well right from the start. I was slightly disappointed but relieved and watched over their interaction. As the day turned to evening, Megan showed no signs of leaving. My husband naturally said, "Make sure you prepare a meal for Megan." And I was taken aback. I only had ingredients for 2. And I wished he had told me earlier if this was the plan. Unable to interrupt their lively conversation, I managed to prepare a meal for 3 using whatever was available. Megan scrutinized the table full of dishes, and I had a bad feeling, which turned out to be justified. Is this nutritionally balanced? The mix of various dishes looks off, and the portions seem bulked up. Isn't this bad for someone breastfeeding? It's pitiful for the child, Ben. Though she tried to look concerned, a sneer twisted her lips. That unchanged, mean-spirited face from our childhood was why I still preferred to avoid her. Do you agree with Megan too? I didn't say anything because you're my wife. But it's frustrating to think that the money I worked hard to earn is wasted like this. Just because you had a child, you act like you're in charge. Hardly doing any laundry or cleaning. The baby cries so much at night, it's making me anxious about our future. Quick to join in, my husband began to blame me alongside my sister. Watching them, I felt something inside me breaking. This is serious. I have some time before I start working again. So how about I take care of the house instead of you, Kelly? That's a great idea. This way, Kelly can focus on what she loves most, taking care of the child. By the time I realized it, they were both looking at me together. Noticing my confusion, Megan dramatically sighed. Kelly, you've always been like this. You're not single anymore, you know? Ben will suffer if things continue this way. I'm saying I'll come and do the housework for you. We can't ask for that, it's a family matter. I didn't expect Megan to stay so late today. So I just made do with what we had. Normally, it's fine. Having my difficult sister come into our home could lead to anything. She was my sister by blood, but I couldn't stand the thought of her invading my space. It's your fault things have gotten to this point. Don't make excuses. Use this as a chance to rethink how you should be as a wife. My husband seemed pleased to have an ally, and his taunts grew harsher. Megan's frequent visits to our house were almost forcefully decided. And I felt suffocated. The next day, Megan showed up at my house early in the morning, carrying several bags. What's with all the bags? I asked, and she replied with a sneer. Just in case I end up staying overnight. I'm not like you, who only prepared food for two knowing I was coming. Where's Ben? I asked when she said he was at work. Megan plopped down on the sofa, looking bored, and started fiddling with her phone. Aren't you going to do anything? I asked. What's with that tone? It's unbelievable, considering I came here to help. Besides, housework is just about cleaning what's visible. It doesn't take much time, right? Aren't you annoyed, being bossed around by your husband all the time? Her response made me realize we truly couldn't understand each other. As the saying goes, invisible housework is endless. And housewives don't have the luxury of time to argue back. However, after 3 days of Megan being around, I grew accustomed to the situation and felt less irritated. In fact, my husband was so enamored with Megan that he was always in a good mood, which made it easier for me as he stopped worrying about our daughter's night cries. But I was uncomfortable with how close my husband and sister seemed, despite being in-laws. I hesitated to speak out, fearing they would gang up on me if I did. Since we stopped visiting my in-laws, they hardly contacted us, making it difficult to seek their advice casually. As I lived with this unresolved tension, a serious incident occurred. Megan slipped while holding my daughter, nearly dropping her. Shocked, my daughter started crying loudly, and I impulsively grabbed her from Megan's arms. Why are you handling her without permission? I won't forgive you if something happens to her. Megan, who had never seen me yell before, flinched for a moment but quickly twisted her face and snapped. She squirmed, and I lost balance. She didn't fall, so there's no need to make such a big deal. She's not cute at all, just like you. Maybe if she experiences a little pain from falling, she'll learn not to cry at night. She hurled unbelievable words at my 4-month-old. and then headed to my husband's room. Shortly after, I heard my husband's footsteps approaching, and I braced myself. "What are you thinking? You two need to leave." As expected, my husband yelled at me. Despite holding my still crying daughter, he continued to berate me without care. "After all the help from your sister, aren't you ashamed? You failed to manage the housework yourself. Yet you blow up over someone else's minor mistake. I never thought you were such a despicable woman. I don't want to see your face for a while, so please leave. If you really want to stay, then cool off before coming back." He pushed me towards the entrance before I could respond, and I found myself outside with my daughter. Hastily grabbing my bag, I got into the car. Rocked by the motion of the vehicle, my daughter soon started breathing peacefully in her child seat. I considered finding a hotel but realized I needed to return home for my daughter's diapers and clothes. By the time I had driven over the mountain to the next town and back, it was too late to find an open store. When I returned and tried to unlock our home, I noticed the door was chained from the inside. Hearing the noise, my husband called out from within. "What, you're back already? I'm sick of being kept awake by the crying at night, so just let me sleep soundly tonight. I'm fed up with you letting her cry incessantly like it's some kind of harassment. Both of you don't need to come back until morning." It's one thing to say that to me, but to point at our daughter and say don't come back is heartless. If I have to endure such arrogance from this man, I'd rather live a hard life just with my daughter. I didn't respond to my husband's words and got back into the car. As I drove out of our driveway, I regretted not grabbing at least my daughter's belongings. But the thought of running into my sister inside the house was too unpleasant. After checking that my daughter was still asleep, I headed to a place I used to visit often. About 30 minutes of driving through the nearly deserted streets at night, I arrived at the spot, relieved to see the lights on. I knocked on the door, and my mother-in-law emerged, eyes wide, exclaiming, "What are you doing here at this hour?" My father-in-law appeared behind her, also surprised, but they quickly invited me inside. Sensing the urgency from the way I arrived, despite the late hour, they brought out formula and diapers for my daughter. They had kept these supplies just in case we ever needed to stay. A kind gesture from when we used to visit more frequently. Feeling guilty that they had kept these items even though we hadn't visited in a while, I nearly cried. My mother-in-law, seeing my face, offered me a warm cup of tea. My father-in-law lovingly held my daughter, who he hadn't seen in a long time. Reluctant to burden my kind in-laws with my troubles, I finally opened up for my daughter's sake. I told them everything, how my husband showed no interest in our daughter, how he'd run to another room at night because her crying disturbed his sleep, and how he and my sister ridiculed my ability to manage the house and childcare since our daughter was born. Their expressions grew stern when I told them that today he had kicked out both me and my daughter. My father-in-law angrily said to my mother-in-law, "Call him. I can't believe he'd kick his wife and child out at such a late hour." My mother-in-law tried to call my husband, but he didn't answer. He usually set his phone to a loud volume because of his job and sales, and he had always answered calls during our fights. So him not picking up suggested he might have turned his phone off. Wondering how else to reach him, I remembered the baby monitor I had bought. I had linked the monitor with my smartphone to keep an eye on things while I was busy around the house. Since it was placed in the living room where the crib was, I could remotely check what was happening there. I did want to know what my husband was up to. What I saw through the live feed, however, Was my husband and sister in a compromising position? A silent scream escaped me. A part of me had suspected something like this. Their overly familiar behavior, conspiring against me, it all made sense now. I knew my husband preferred women like my sister. Despite feeling numb, my heart ached. Determined not to let this pain be in vain, I started recording the video. Mother, father, would you please watch this with me? When they saw the footage, my mother-in-law leaned on my father-in-law for support. And he turned pale, staring at the screen. It was harsh for them, but I needed witnesses to what I had seen. My father-in-law continued to call my husband, to no avail. During this time, I contacted my own parents to briefly explain the situation. They immediately set out to come to us. And we decided to meet urgently at my now tainted home. Just an hour later, my daughter and I, along with both sets of parents, stood in front of my house. Given the circumstances, we skipped pleasantries. And I led the way by ringing the doorbell. Predictably, my husband and sister ignored it, thinking I had returned. I tried to calm my nerves and kept pressing the bell until, finally, my husband lazily opened the door. That's when our parents stormed in, followed by me and my daughter. My husband panicked at the sight of the incoming relatives. Pitifully, he was only in a t-shirt and boxers. "Hey, what is all this about?" Before I could reply, a woman's scream echoed. From the living room, it was undoubtedly my sister. Inside, she was seated on the floor in her underwear, holding her cheek, possibly struck by one of our parents. My father-in-law forcefully pulled my husband down to sit beside her. And a session of reprimanding began. My parents criticized my sister, and my in-laws scolded my husband. Accusations flew about the inappropriateness of trying to replace a sister, the irresponsibility of throwing out a wife and daughter late at night, and the shamelessness of their actions. Instead of apologizing or showing remorse, their responses were defensive. Why did you have to bring her parents all this way? She must have set up that camera to spy on her husband, right? You're all blaming us, but if Kelly hadn't spied, none of this would have happened. That's a crime too, so she should apologize for spying first. I had no idea there was a camera in the room. You never trusted me, did you? Despite living comfortably off my salary as a housewife, how could you do such a thing? You're the one who destroyed our marriage. You put the crack in it. They teamed up against me once again, confirming how little they respected me. I wondered what my parents really thought of me. Humiliated by my own sister stealing my husband. As I felt tears welling up, I forced myself to meet their eyes with strength. I bought that camera for our daughter, and I'm sorry to have used it this way. But now I see, you two are truly despicable. For the first time, my husband seemed to realize something as he remembered that camera. Our first purchase for our daughter after learning she was on the way. He fell silent. But my sister continued to retaliate. So what? It's still spying. Trying to gain sympathy with that won't work. We're not children, we need to look at the facts. Kelly, you've always been like this. Resorting to underhanded tactics, despite your nasty personality. It's no wonder I'm upset when you've snagged such a good husband. While I'm also of marriageable age. I thought I'd replace you. And find happiness since you can't handle household duties or childcare. The housework and childcare excuse is just an afterthought. Isn't it really all about Ben's money? When I said this, Megan faltered. Without missing a beat, I pressed on. Ever since I got married, you've been incessantly asking about Ben's salary and bonuses. Even our parents had to calm you down when you wouldn't stop. I thought maybe you were just concerned about my financial well-being. But you never stopped talking about money. Is that why you're still not married? Megan stood up, her face flushed. Saying not married yet was the most effective provocation for her, who was anxious about marriage. She spoke even faster than before. Don't get cocky just because you and your child aren't as cute as me. How far do you plan to go to interfere with me? But you heard it from Ben just now, didn't you? He hates you too. So, if you were gone, everything would be resolved. Don't you think it'd be sad for your child to have only one parent? I'll raise her much better than you ever could, so hand her over. Megan marched towards me, trying to grab me. I had always cowered before her bluster, but today was different. With a sharp smack, Megan staggered backward, her cheek reddening on the opposite side she had held before. Enough with insulting my daughter. She's not some object. If you want custody that badly, we can settle it in court. My feelings for this child are not as tainted as yours. Don't compare us. My mother and mother-in-law calmed me down from either side. Protected by our parents, my daughter and I decided to go back to my parents' home for the time being. Ben sat on the floor in a daze, and Megan, tired from her rant, just glared silently as we headed for the door. We said our goodbyes to my in-laws in the parking lot. We're on your side, Kelly. It's going to be tough, so feel free to ask us for anything. Holding back tears, I deeply bowed to my in-laws, grateful for their support. Weeks passed, and time seemed to crawl until the court delivered the verdict. Despite cutting off my husband and sister, the fear of being separated from my daughter lingered. The divorce was finalized due to the evidence from the baby monitor, and I was awarded custody. Through a lawyer, I also ensured that Ben and Megan would start paying child support and compensation next month. Ben had taken over the repayment of a student loan that my in-laws had been covering. Overwhelmed by the sudden financial responsibility, he called to complain. But I politely told him never to contact me again and cut off all communication. Megan also called to complain about the compensation, so I politely suggested she discuss it with her new husband, Ben. However, Megan, already in conflict with her former husband, who was now sleeping at his office, began harassing his workplace about her compensation. This led to rumors at his company about his unstable ex-wife, causing him embarrassment and eventually his resignation. With no income from her former husband, Megan's relationship with him worsened, and she took on debt. Desperate, she called me, hoping for reconciliation with our parents and financial help. I listened to her plight with a smile but firmly said no. The paperwork for the divorce and move was smoothly handled, with the active help of my parents and in-laws. My daughter, cheered by her loving grandparents, has become even more joyful. Now, as we start our life together, just the two of us, I have no worries. Peaceful days await us, no doubt. Unlike real gold, kids raised as golden children rarely turn out as pure as their parents believe. Growing up, my sister, Chloe, always got her way. No matter how nasty or irrational she was towards me, she got away with it. She was the golden miracle child. What likely aided this was Chloe's striking beauty. She had thick, blonde ringlets and bright green eyes, and my mom, Susan, spent years comparing our appearances. I have brown eyes and wavy brown hair, and I was never considered as pretty as Chloe. Mom loved making comments comparing us. After we became teenagers, she constantly told me to try and dress like Chloe, asking her to teach me about makeup. But Chloe would bully me and make fun of me if I ever asked for her help. That's how we grew to be extremely resentful of each other. I think Chloe latched onto the worst traits we saw in Mom, while I rejected them. Being put on a pedestal her whole life by my mom, simply for being beautiful, turned Chloe into a callous person who cared only for herself and believed she could get away with anything because of her looks. The way Mom compared us and put me down led to significant self-esteem issues. As an adult, I am very quiet and reserved, and some people describe me as a pushover. Recently, I've been in therapy, trying to develop a stronger backbone. Even though it's been challenging to stand up for myself in relationships for the first time, I feel like my family's treatment really damaged me, making it difficult to maintain healthy friendships or romantic relationships. Chloe even slept with my boyfriend in high school, during senior year, for no real reason. She never liked him and often told me she thought he was unattractive. My parents, Susan and David, told me to let bygones be bygones when they found out. Chloe wasn't even reprimanded. That was when I truly realized how much they preferred her. The way Dad stood by and watched Mom emotionally undermine me my entire life made me feel like no man would ever stand up for me or see my worth. It's very hard for me to trust and connect when dating. But my entire life hasn't been completely awful because of Mom and Chloe. The one upside of being the ugly sister meant I had zero social life and spent all my time studying. I graduated high school with a 4.0 GPA and earned a full scholarship to my top choice university. This was great because Mom told me the night before I started high school that she was paying for Chloe's college since she was the elder, but I would have to attend community college and pay my own way. I remember sobbing and asking her why she didn't love me like she loved Chloe. She insisted she did, but Chloe deserved it more since she was her firstborn. The day I received my scholarship, I was excited to tell my parents. Part of me was happy to have something Chloe didn't. Chloe spent her high school years partying and earning poor grades, without any repercussions from my parents. She was only going to college because they could afford it, and it wasn't even a prestigious one due to her grades. So, the day I rushed home to tell my family about my full scholarship to a prestigious university, I'd never been so eager to share good news. But when I told them, Dad simply said, "Good job," and Mom didn't even look up from her phone or respond. She then ignored me for an entire week. I tried to ask her why she was mad at me, but she avoided eye contact and walked into another room. It was like she hated me for earning the scholarship. That's when I began to understand how alone I was and how isolated my family wanted me to feel. I didn't understand why. Why had Mom even had me? Just to spend a lifetime hating me, and in turn, making me hate myself? The day I got my scholarship became one of the worst days of my life. I cried myself to sleep, accepting that I would never have a loving family. Not like Chloe did. I despised her for it. That night, I wrote in my journal until sunrise about my future. Tired of being the sad, overlooked girl, I decided to transform every ounce of rage into academic success. Instead of throwing a pity party and begging for love and attention, I would redirect all my focus and energy to my studies, as I always had, and give myself something they never could: stability, independence, intelligence, and education. Even if I might never be loved. And that's exactly what I did. I went to university and graduated with honors. I secured a fantastic position at a company I interned for right out of college. And I've been making six figures since I turned 23. When I came home for the holidays, I would tell my family about my progress. I'd receive random compliments from extended family, but my parents never acknowledged or congratulated me. As an adult, I knew better than to tell Mom about my high position or salary, knowing it would only increase her resentment. But I told Dad, and 1 year. He even said he was happy for me. It was the nicest thing either of them had ever said to me. But even as an adult, Mom treated me like an unwanted guest. Although I only saw them during the holidays, she would do everything in her power to divert attention from me. For example, during Christmas dinner one year, my uncle, Robert, congratulated me on a promotion I'd mentioned earlier. It was my second promotion, with a significant raise. And I'd been discussing my plans to buy my first house. Robert mentioned the promotion and the potential house. And a few other relatives congratulated me. Another cousin, Emily, asked where I was house hunting. That's when Mom cut me off, saying, "This is boring. Can we change the conversation?" Then, under her breath, I heard her say, "It's probably not even true anyway." I purchased my house later that year. When I posted about it on social media, everyone in my family liked the post except Mom. I knew she was probably angry, because Chloe's life was the complete opposite. Chloe went to college, paid for by my parents, but ended up failing out and getting pregnant by her first college boyfriend. I suspected my parents had asked her to terminate the pregnancy, but she kept it and tried to make things work with her baby's father, whom she'd only known for 4 months. They were completely incompatible, but that didn't stop them from trying to fix their relationship by having another child. I remember holding back tears when I saw Chloe's post about her second child, knowing the baby was likely being born into a toxic environment, given Chloe's awful personality and her equally awful baby daddy. I'd met him during the holidays, but he never bothered to remember my name or engage in conversation. Every year, he'd take home trays of food despite contributing nothing. Obviously, Chloe's and my relationship didn't improve as we grew older. We barely spoke once we moved out of our parents' house. We had each other on social media, and during the few holiday gatherings, Chloe would make nasty comments about my weight or clothes. I think she was projecting. I wear designer clothes and enjoy cycling through my designer purses, and she'd constantly ask which fake purse I'd brought this time. One year, as soon as I walked in for Thanksgiving, she looked me up and down and said, verbatim, "I see you're dressed up again like the stuck-up bitch you are." It was incredibly rude and uncalled for, and she'd even insult me in front of her children, using profanity, despite their young age. I don't feel bad saying that Chloe is pure trash, and I didn't feel bad for anything I did after she dumped her kids on my doorstep out of nowhere one day. I was relaxing at home one weekend morning after a long work week when my doorbell rang. I was shocked to see Chloe's 9 and 6-year-old, Alex and Ben, standing on my porch, holding overnight bags. When I asked what they were doing there, they said their mom was going on vacation for 7 weeks and had told them I was watching them. Chloe and I hadn't spoken since our family's 4th of July barbecue, where she'd told me not to have more than 1 plate because she was sick of staring at my muffin top. I had no idea why she thought I'd be her free babysitter for 2 months. My nephews were well-behaved, quiet kids who were obviously confused, so I let them inside while I started calling Chloe. Chloe ignored my first 10 calls, but I persisted until she finally answered. As soon as she picked up, I said there was no way I was watching her kids, and that if she wasn't there to pick them up immediately, I would call Child Protective Services. I was literally Googling the number for CPS while I had her on speaker, when she dropped a bombshell. Her voice became deep and menacing, as she blackmailed me, saying she would call my job and inform them I wasn't taking my bipolar medication, getting me fired. Even though Chloe was an idiot who didn't understand anything about my job. My career was the most important thing to me, and I couldn't risk anyone threatening my position. I hung up after she said that and tried to figure out what to do. I felt like my head was going to explode from the stress. Not only could I not watch her kids, but I had a trip planned a month from then to visit my long-distance boyfriend, Ethan, in Australia, and meet his family for the first time. We'd been dating for a while, and I'd been anticipating this trip all year. It was crucial since he was introducing me to his parents, and I wanted it to go perfectly. Now, my life was thrown into chaos because of Chloe, and I had no idea what to do. I had no one else to call other than Mom, and I shouldn't have been surprised that she sided with Chloe, as she always had. I told Mom that Chloe hadn't even come to drop off her own kids, and she said they were old enough to come to my house alone. Mom started guilting me, saying Chloe had done a lot for me, and that I needed to be there for her just this once, since I never was. That made me lose it. I screamed at her at the top of my lungs, asking her to tell me one single time when Chloe had been there for me, or improved my life in any way. I told Mom that both she and Chloe had never been there for me and had treated me like an unwanted dog in their house instead of family. I demanded Mom visit me so that, in the worst-case scenario, I could leave her in my house while I flew to Australia as my nephew's caretaker instead of me. I had very little hope that Chloe would abandon her trip to come back for her kids, given how quickly she dumped them on me. When Mom finally arrived, she was cold as ever, looking at me with the same hateful eyes she always had. We sat in my living room, and Mom lectured me about being an awful sibling, as always, and about family being there for each other in times of need. I ignored her sanctimonious crap and demanded to know exactly what kind of vacation Chloe was on that was so important she'd abandon her kids and leave them with someone who essentially hated her, despite being her own sister. I told Mom that everything about this was weird and suspicious, and Chloe disappearing for 7 weeks out of nowhere and leaving 2 young kids behind made no sense. I wanted the truth if I was going to be involved without consent. That's when Mom's face changed, and eventually she admitted that Chloe wasn't just going on some vacation, she was being flown out by her sugar daddy. I laughed when she said this, thinking she was joking, but her face was dead serious. I was emotionally exhausted at that point and freaked out on Mom, asking how she could be okay with this. I told her she'd raised a complete loser of a daughter who left the country to see a sugar daddy instead of getting a job to support her kids. Mom, of course, threw my words back in my face and defended Chloe, as she always had. At one point, she even said that it didn't matter how much money I had or how nice my house was, I would always be the ugly duckling compared to Chloe, born ugly and destined to die ugly. After she said that, I had to restrain myself from grabbing her by the shirt and throwing her out of my house. When I screamed at Mom to get out, she yelled back that she wasn't going anywhere. When I tried directing her out of the room, she pushed me with all her strength into a coffee table that held one of my favorite vases. Ethan had gifted it to me the last time he visited, and it was one of my most cherished possessions. But after Mom pushed me, it fell to the floor and shattered. Looking at the destroyed vase made me feel just as broken. I think I had a full-on mental breakdown and started screaming and crying at Mom to leave or I'd call the police. I feel terrible because my nephews could definitely hear me from the other room. But I was a mess. It had been such a long, painful day. After I finally managed to get Mom out of the house, my nephews peeked their heads out of the room and asked if everything was all right. Their eyes were wide, and they looked so nervous and sad that it broke my heart. Even though I didn't know them well, they were just kids with a messed-up mother, and I felt so bad for them. I ordered DoorDash for all of us and let them watch movies and play video games in my living room until they fell asleep. Later, when I finally got through to Chloe, I immediately started yelling at her for completely disrupting my life, and I brought up CPS again. Chloe just gave me this sinister laugh over the phone and told me again that it was my own choice, that I could either watch her kids or lose my job. At one point, she hissed that she knew I was nothing without my job, and that I would go back to being a loser without it. This stung me right in the heart because it was, to an extent, the honest truth. I had my degree and a solid resume, but I really identified with my career success and I would do anything not to lose it. At that point, I was crying and asking Chloe why she hated me so much. And why she had abandoned her little kids for a sugar daddy. She just said that she was the type of woman who could make millions from a sugar daddy in 2 months, and that was something I never had to worry about. I think she was just trying to break me down and make me feel small, so I just gave up. Honestly, it was working. We went back and forth for a while until Chloe literally hung up on me after a final threat of contacting my job. I just broke down in tears again, realizing that I had no power against her. My nephews were downstairs watching a movie, so I had privacy upstairs and decided to call my boyfriend. I hadn't had a chance to talk to him since my nephews had been left on my doorstep. And I ended up breaking down and venting to him about everything. I couldn't hold back tears as I told him about Chloe's threats and my mom's continued disrespect, and told him how I felt completely trapped by my sister. Even though he's on the other side of the planet, Ethan made me feel so loved and supported, and was literally the only person who was in my corner. And I'm so grateful for him. He said that Chloe was potentially committing multiple crimes by abandoning her kids and threatening me with career blackmail, and that I needed to get solid evidence of her actions. He suggested that I contact Chloe again and try to get her to repeat her threat about the false medical accusations, but this time secretly record the conversation as evidence. Ethan knew about my past with Chloe and my mom, and pointed out that Chloe was clearly unhinged, and it wouldn't take much for her to act on this threat, and that I should do everything to prepare. Of course, it freaked me out to hear that. But he was 100% right. I knew my sister was insane more than anybody, and I decided to go with his plan. Even though I was still feeling very emotionally overwhelmed, I still wanted my nephews to feel comfortable and cared for. I knew what it felt like to be a child in a home where you weren't wanted. And I didn't ever want to make these innocent little boys, who were related to me, feel that way. I ended up going downstairs and playing a multiplayer video game with them for a little while, and it ended up being really fun. They were so surprised when I knew how to play first-person shooters. And they were so cute, giggling and laughing while watching me get call after call. I wasn't expecting to bond with them after such a stressful weekend. But when we all ordered pizza together and had a contest to see who could eat the most pieces of pepperoni, I realized that I honestly loved the 2 little boys. They were nothing like their mom. Even though I knew Chloe couldn't have been a great parent, they were both super polite, and even though it took a little while for them to come out of their shells, they were both really sweet, funny little boys. They were very good about cleaning up after themselves, and were always saying please and thank you. As I was hanging out with my nephews in the afternoon, I realized they both had holes in their socks, and my older nephew's clothes looked sort of small on him. I looked through the rest of the clothes Chloe had packed for them and realized they were all either old or too small. Again, I wasn't incredibly surprised that Chloe was a cheap, neglectful parent. And I decided to take my nephews to the mall for some new wardrobes. I almost cried multiple times during that trip to the mall, because my nephews completely came out of their shells and were so excited and happy, running around. Like I said, I remember what it felt like to be a neglected child. And I just wanted them to feel like they could have anything they wanted, and that I was there for them and wanted to make them happy. So anytime we walked past a window and they wanted to go into a store, we would go in. And I kept buying them whatever they wanted. It was impossible not to. My youngest nephew was missing his 2 front teeth, and every time he gave me his goofy little empty smile, my heart ached. And I had to buy him another little treat or toy. They left the mall that day with new clothes that looked great on them and fit them comfortably, and I had also bought them both video games. It was so hard not to spoil them. I didn't have kids of my own, and I had plenty of money to buy them the little things they wanted. When I bought them the games, Both of them broke down crying and hugged me. I noticed the 10-year-old had started crying again during our ride home, and I asked him if he was okay. He looked at me through his tears and asked me why I was being so nice to them and why they deserved it. I told him that they deserved my kindness because they were my boys too, and that they were kids, and that alone meant they deserved to be happy. This only seemed to make him cry harder. And he told me that he was feeling angry at his mom for keeping us apart. This broke my heart, and I told him that I was sorry that we hadn't been able to get to know each other before, but I was really happy that he and his brother were here with me now, even if I hadn't expected it. I asked him some questions about his life at home, and it was exactly as I expected. Both of my nephews slowly started to open up to me about how poorly their mom treated them at times. My heart felt like it shattered into a million pieces. As I heard this, I knew that Chloe and her baby dad were horrible people, probably doing it. But it was another thing to hear it straight from their mouths and hear the pain in their voices. When we got home, I cooked a big dinner for all of us, and they played their games together for the rest of the night. I left them alone in the living room to go call Chloe again in my room, ready to play out the plan Ethan had given me. This time, I tried my best to stay calm and collected on the phone, even though I wanted to call my sister every name in the book. And it wasn't difficult to steer the conversation towards the medical accusation. As soon as I brought up CPS again, Chloe freaked out and threw the thread at my face, insisting I would be fired for being crazy in secret and saying that she didn't care if I was actually taking my medication or not. Nobody was going to know if she was lying. She just kept telling me that nobody would believe a crazy sicko like me, and that I didn't deserve my job anyway. I honestly think my sister might have been on drugs herself during this call because she sounded strung out and just kept repeating crazy phrases. After I had gotten what I needed out of the call, I hung up on Chloe as she just kept saying that I didn't deserve anything in this life. I didn't deserve anything. Over and over again. Whatever. I pushed her words out of my mind as I made sure that I had recorded the entire call successfully. I had my sister recorded on audio saying that she was going to make false medical accusations to my employer. I realized how genius Ethan had been to suggest getting this recording, and I started emotionally preparing myself for the fallout if Chloe followed through with her threat. After getting the recording, I tried my best to calm down and put my nephews to bed. The next morning, before they woke up, I called CPS as soon as the line opened and reported the entire situation. I explained how my sister had abandoned her children and how we were completely estranged. I even went so far as to say that she had not only abandoned them but left them here under completely false pretenses, and then used manipulation and coercion to force me to take care of them. I was surprised that CPS was actually pretty helpful, and I shared the recording with them. The agent I spoke to took a moment to listen to the recording and said that it was clear that my sister was using blackmail to neglect her children and was certainly committing a litany of crimes. The agent informed me that they would be opening an investigation immediately, and that my sister would be contacted as soon as possible. I was shaking after the call and tried to decompress as best as I could and spend the rest of the day with my nephews, relaxing and bonding with them. Mom ended up calling me the next day, and I really have no idea why I even picked up. I think I was just still so disoriented and emotionally vulnerable. And I ended up getting into another huge fight with her over the phone. I let it slip to her that I had gone and called CPS and that my sister would finally pay for the way she treated me, and Mom hung up as soon as I said that. I'll be honest, I was shaking after those calls. Just making the call to CPS was so nerve-wracking. And then fighting with my mom over the phone and telling her about CPS felt like a huge mistake. I didn't regret calling CPS, but I knew that my mom would do anything to protect Chloe, and that she didn't care about my nephew's safety just the same as my sister. all I really knew about my mom was that she hated me and that she loved Chloe. And I wasn't sure what would happen next. There was absolutely no way that Mom wasn't going to immediately contact Chloe after finding out that I had contacted CPS and try to put her 2 steps ahead of me. I was sure that she had hung up the phone on me to call Chloe immediately. I had a sleepless night, and the next morning when I arrived at work, my receptionist informed me that my supervisor had scheduled a meeting with me before lunch, which meant that it was urgent. As nervous as I was to learn about this impromptu meeting, I knew that it was coming. And like I said, I knew my sister was crazy. And it was clear that all she wanted to do was ruin my life. I sat down in the meeting and cracked my knuckles to try to relieve the tension I was feeling. My 2 supervisors were there, and so was a higher-up I had never met before. All of them were looking at me with suspicion in their eyes. And I felt like a bug under a microscope. Sure enough, they explained to me that they had been contacted by a trusted source within my family and had been informed that I was potentially unmedicated for a severe mental illness. They even told me that they had been given extreme details about past mental breaks that I have had. And they were concerned about me having a psychotic break within the office. But neither they nor my sister knew how prepared I had been for this meeting. Of course, I knew that Chloe was going to follow through with her threat. She had always hated me, and being able to rob me of my high-paying position would be the ultimate screw you to her ugly little sister. And I knew she wouldn't hesitate to do it, she would revel in it. If I hadn't been watching her nephews, even if I hadn't called CPS, then I'm sure that she would have held it over my head and just kept blackmailing me into doing whatever she wanted me to do for her. So, in a way, I was happy to be dealing with this and getting Chloe's crap out of the way. I took out my briefcase and gave all of the supervisors a copy of my doctor's letter, as well as the attached documentation that proved that I had been diligently following my medication regimen. There was proof going back almost 5 years that I had never missed a prescription pickup date and that my medication had been regular, as well as my moods. I had verification from not only my primary care physician, but my therapist and my psychiatrist as well. I gave my supervisors an informative but concise explanation of the issues within my family and my sister's own mental health struggles, and informed them that the claims were completely unfounded and they could be sure of my stability based on all the medical paperwork I was providing. My supervisors took a while to look through all the paperwork. But as soon as they saw that I had medical evidence from multiple MDs, they seemed completely satisfied and even apologized to me for the inconvenience of calling me into this meeting and explained that they just had a responsibility to do their due diligence before they closed this matter. My one supervisor even took the opportunity of the meeting to congratulate me on the successful quarter I had just had and bragged about my performance to the other supervisors, which made me look excellent. I literally left the meeting giggling because of how well it had gone, despite the reason for it, and thought about how poorly Chloe's moronic plan had backfired on her. I could barely focus on my work for the rest of the day, because I kept smiling dumbly every single time I thought about how I got to call my sister after I finished work and tell her about how her plan had been a complete bust. I called Chloe as soon as I got back to my car that day and almost cried laughing as I told her about how the meeting had only taken about 15 minutes because she had sounded so crazy and stupid on the phone, and my bosses had never believed her in the first place. My sister was enraged and accused me of lying and said that she was sure I had been fired and then I was just trying to save face. This made me laugh harder, and I told her that she had failed at trying to get me fired, just like she had failed at everything else in her life. I told her that the only skills she had as a woman pushing 40 were lying and failing, and that even her own children were disappointed in her. Chloe lost it all over again and just kept calling me the B word and the C word over and over again, claiming that I had completely betrayed her and said that she was hopping on the first plane back and that she was going to make me regret every single thing I had done to her. I was still laughing after the call, but by the time I got home and reunited with my nephews, who were in a much better mood since they had gotten dropped off at my place, I realized that this whole situation was far from over and might get worse before it got better. All I knew for sure was that my sister was completely out of her mind. And now she was flying home from another country to come get revenge on me. I realized that I was honestly terrified of what was going to happen next. Chloe basically had nothing to lose at this point, and she had always been unhinged. And I started to fear for my safety. Then, I started to think about my nephews. I wondered if I had made a mistake calling CPS. A huge part of me wished Chloe had lost her passport overseas and never came home. I had gotten so much closer to my nephews in the past couple of days. And I realized that my heart was going to break when they had to leave. I didn't want to say goodbye to them. I didn't want to watch them walk back into Chloe's arms. She was perpetuating the same thing my mom had done to me. And I realized I hated her more than anyone on this earth. I checked on my sleeping nephews as I couldn't sleep since my mind was racing. And I cried quietly in the hallway after closing the door to the guest room. They were such innocent little boys, and they didn't deserve any of this. The next day was a complete shit show. I was awoken to the sound of somebody knocking on my door, although it sounded like somebody slapping a sandbag over and over on my front door. When I opened it, there was my sister, next to a guy who had to be maybe 6 feet 5 inches and weighed almost 300 pounds. He was gigantic, and one of his hands was the size of my entire head. I can barely see my mom standing right behind him. And before I could even open my mouth to tell them to get the hell off my property, the man put his hand on my shoulder and shoved me down with all his might. My sister, my mom, and the stranger all made their way inside my house. And I collapsed on my floor as soreness sank into my shoulder, where the man had thrown me down. I immediately started screaming at my sister for bringing the stranger to my house and screaming at him not to touch me. But he seemed to speak only Russian. I had no idea how this was even happening. And then I realized that my sister had beaten CPS to my house. They have been scheduled to come around 11 a.m. that day. But my sister had busted my door down at 8 a.m. My nephews had been woken up by all the commotion and were walking out of the guest room with sleepy eyes. At that point, I tried to get in between them and protect them from the stranger. But Chloe barked at the man to go put my nephews in the car. It was complete chaos. Once they realized what was happening, both my nephews started asking my sister to leave them with me. I tried again to pull my oldest nephew out of the huge stranger's arms, but this time, he grabbed my head and threw it into the wall. I saw stars as I sank to the floor and watched him carry my 2 little nephews out of my house. There was nothing I could do. Mom was crying too, but she left with them as well. Before they all walked out of my house, Chloe walked over to me. As I held my head in my hands, and when I looked up at her, she spit at me square in the face. It was the most disgusting thing anyone's ever done to me. And one of the worst days of my life. They all drove off in this giant black Suburban that I had never seen my sister in before. I had no idea who the man was. And I couldn't believe the trauma that my sister had just inflicted upon everyone. She hadn't even let them take any of their stuff. They had left without any of their clothes, neither of their games, and no breakfast. My heart broke for them, and I had an anxiety attack like I had never had before. I didn't realize how much it would hurt to care so much for my nephews. But I seriously loved those boys with all my heart, and I just wanted to protect them and make sure that they were cared for like I never had been when I was their age. But now they were scared and shoeless and in some random car with my psychotic sister and a humongous stranger. I was so disgusted with my mom's behavior. I couldn't believe she had just stood by while she watched that huge man toss me around in my own home and pull my nephews out of their aunt's house without a word. I couldn't believe how evil my family had become. And I couldn't stop thinking about my nephews. After I calmed down from my anxiety attack, I realized that I needed to snap into action. And that time was of the essence, and I was running out of it. When I finally came to my senses, I immediately called the police. And it turned out that they were already aware of the ongoing investigation. Because of CPS being involved and having an open case against Chloe. I gave them all of the details of what had just transpired in my home only minutes before. And the officer on the line was actually incredibly helpful. My voice was shaking. But I tried to stay steady and focused as I described the stranger. And I racked my mind to try to remember the image of the license plate. Luckily, because of how much responsibility I have in my job, I was used to picking up on and remembering little details that other people ignored. And I somehow managed to remember every single number and letter on the Suburban's license plate. I gave the cops a description of the stranger, the full license plate, and a description of the outfits that my mom and sister were wearing. I really do think my sister was high on some sort of uppers. When she came to my house that morning, she looked absolutely feral and had this wild look in her eyes. I think she had been doing substances since she had landed overseas, wherever she was vacationing with her sugar daddy. Chloe was crazy, but it was like something snapped in her. And I had never seen her act so truly unhinged and detached from reality. After I gave the cops every single little detail that I could possibly remember about my sister and the car they had driven away in, I hung up and did my best to take my mind off things, but I literally could not focus on anything else. I couldn't sleep, I couldn't eat, I couldn't nap. I couldn't watch anything on TV. I just kept seeing my little nephews' faces in my head every time I closed my eyes and could not think about anything else except making sure that they were okay. I thought more about my mom and why she had always made excuse after excuse for Chloe and how it had enabled my sister to grow up into becoming a truly evil person. I even found myself thinking about my sister's trip, wondering what kind of stuff she had done there, if she really had a sugar daddy, and how much he had paid her. I wondered if the money she had made on her trip had truly been worth it. I even found myself thinking about what it would be like if it was just me and my nephews. I had the room for them, and now I definitely had the room for them in my heart as well. The more I thought about it, the more I wanted that outcome, my sister out of the picture. And just me and my nephews. I could give them everything that my sister couldn't. And if Chloe and I ended up in front of a judge in a custody battle over my nephews, the judge would be staring at one woman with an overseas sugar daddy and another with multiple degrees and a penthouse office. I tried to think positive things, but random, dark anxieties about my nephew's safety kept leaking into my mind. I wondered if the giant man she had brought into my house was her sugar daddy. I wondered if he was with my nephews. I had just been laying on my couch, staring at the ceiling, overthinking, not realizing how much time had passed when I finally got a call back from the police station. They had been searching for the Suburban my sister had left in for hours, and finally found them. The officer who had called me back was the same one from earlier and continued to be very helpful and shared a lot of details with me. He told me that they had 3 different police cars on the scene when they went to pull over the black SUV, since they knew the man had already been violent that morning. Sure enough, even with firearms drawn on him, the man ran forward and tried to attack an officer and ended up getting hit in the thigh. He had punched 2 officers in the head and given a female officer a black eye. Chloe had also physically attacked the officer who had tried to put handcuffs on her initially. I tried to picture it, my insane sister and the giant stranger physically battling a group of cops on the shoulder of the highway. I could not believe that something like this was actually happening in my family. And I wasn't just watching it on reality TV or something. I was still reeling in shock from everything the officer had shared with me. about my sister's arrest when he began telling me that my sister actually wanted to speak to me. I couldn't believe my ears, and he confirmed that my sister was sure that she wanted to use her one call on me. I asked the officer if he thought she was going to ask me for bail money, and he was honest and said yes. That's what she was screaming about. I told the officer that I wasn't even going to take her call and that she could rot in there for all I cared. The officer ended up giving me an understanding laugh, and I finally finished up the call without speaking to my sister. It was a complete mess. Even though my sister was finally behind bars where she belonged. I found out my nephews were in CPS protection, and although they were safe, I was so worried. I also only had a week until my Australia trip, and if I didn't go, I would be losing thousands and thousands of dollars in bookings. Also, as I had mentioned earlier, if I cancelled this trip, it would have looked extremely disrespectful to my boyfriend's family before I even got a chance to meet them. I had planned on marrying my boyfriend one day, and the last thing I wanted to do was give his family a bad first impression of me, if I was going to be in their life forever. I called CPS to check on my nephews and just asked if I could speak with them, but they didn't let me. I tried to explain to them that I was family, and some of the only mentally stable families they had, but they didn't care. I was dealing with a different department than I had contacted before, and they were relentless. At that point, I was completely emotionally exhausted, and I had officially run out of options. I spent the rest of the week trying my best to prepare for my trip while continuing to burst out in random tears as I remembered my nephews and thought about where they might be. I felt so bad because my boyfriend and I had been so excited for this trip for so long. And now it was finally here, and I was completely distracted and full of anxiety. All of our conversations during the week leading up to my flight ended up being about how nervous and tense I was feeling. Even though my boyfriend was incredibly kind and supportive, as always, I was so angry at my sister for how she had treated her nephews and me. And I couldn't believe how disrupted my life had become because of my sister's one choice to go visit her stupid sugar daddy. I was so thankful that my job had been understanding. But just thinking about how my sister had been so quick to try and get me fired made me feel so betrayed and distrusting of anybody in my family. Even my dad was off somewhere and not getting involved in all this drama, when he surely was aware of all of it. He was spineless, just like my useless mom. My mom didn't even care about her grandchildren. She had enabled my sister's idiot choices, and that had led to her grandchildren being in the custody of strangers. I was sitting at the bar at the airport on the day of my flight to Australia, 2 cocktails deep, when I started looking at some photos of my nephews that I had taken while they were staying with me. We had taken these silly photo booth pictures at the mall all together, and I couldn't help but begin crying all over again over how much I loved and missed them. I decided that this would be the last time I cried until I landed back in America and told myself that I really needed to try my best to enjoy the time with my boyfriend and his family. I had a life as well, and I couldn't let my sister ruin my time even from all the way across the globe. My time in Australia ended up going amazingly. I hadn't seen my boyfriend in months, and when he ran to me in the airport and picked me up like a princess, I felt my heart explode from happiness. I had been through so much in those past couple of weeks, and just being back in the arms of my boyfriend, who was so warm and caring to me, made me feel so healed. And he spent every moment of the trip catering to me. Meeting his family went excellently, and I got along with both of his parents as soon as I was introduced. They turned out to be really fun, active people, and we did a lot of sightseeing together, where they took me to their favorite nature hikes and views in their area. At one point, my boyfriend took me on a hike, just the two of us, to his favorite secret waterfall, and we skinny dipped together and just swam and laughed and kissed for hours. It was one of the most romantic days of my life. And I could not believe how perfectly the trip had gone. Even though I was so worried before I left. But, of course, when I got home, the nightmare with my sister resumed. I decided to head to the local police station a couple days after I landed back in the US to officially press charges against not only my sister but my mom for breaking and entering into my home. They had that man literally pick me up and toss me to the side so that they could barge into my house, and I was not letting that slide. When I went to file the charge, I learned that the CPS investigation into my sister was ongoing, and I was kind of frustrated to hear that they hadn't found anything conclusive yet. If they just spoke to my nephews, they would have understood what they had been through. On top of that, my sister had literally been arrested with a guy who had attacked multiple cops. And so I didn't see how that wasn't proof that she was clearly an unfit parent. I left the police station that day content that the charges were filed against my family, but incredibly frustrated to learn that the CPS investigation wasn't resolved yet. I just kept worrying about my nephew's safety and knew that them being with strangers couldn't have been good for them, even if it was better than being with my sister. I also could not stop thinking about how my sister had dragged them out of my house that morning without letting them grab any of their things. My youngest nephew had this little dog plushie that he brought literally everywhere. I had been sleeping with it ever since my sister had taken my nephews away that day. And some mornings it made me want to cry just to wake up and see that little plush dog looking back at me. Like I said, my sister hadn't even let them put their shoes on. The poor little boys were probably so disoriented and felt so lost and abandoned. And I just wanted to make things right for them. But I felt like I had no power until CPS finally made a decision. About a month after my sister's arrest, after calling CPS every single day and demanding updates on her case, they had finally come to a conclusion. They had made a decision to officially remove both my nephews from my sister's custody and put them in protective care. When the CPS agent first explained this to me, I was annoyed. I asked him to explain how that was any different than what had been going on, and they said that it now meant that my sister was not only being taken to court, but she would have to go to court if she wanted custody back of her kids ever again. I asked the CPS agent if it was likely she would win if she tried to get custody back, and the CPS agent told me that it depends if any other more fitting relatives would show up to court and ask for custody of my nephews. I knew immediately that was what I was going to do. And I opened a separate court case in an effort to try to win custody of my nephews. I didn't care how long it took, I didn't care how expensive the legal fees would be. And I opted to get the best lawyer that I could afford to work on my custody case, since I knew it was one of the most difficult legal battles you could enter into. But before the custody case even started, the case I had against my sister for the breaking and entering into my home was the first one to begin. I know some people might judge me for taking my own sister to court, but I literally would have fist fought her in the parking lot at that point. But I figured I should follow the law if I ever wanted custody of my nephews. At the end of the day, that was my only goal in all of this. I just wanted my sister out of the way and my nephews back at home with me. On the first day of our trial, I saw my sister in court. And it was the first time we had seen each other since the day she had broken into my house and let that man attack me. The very last interaction her and I had was me looking up at her and her spitting a huge glob of spit directly into my face, so it was fair to say that neither of us were excited to see the other. Well, the trial began, and eventually the judge mentioned that I had opened a custody case against her for full custody of my nephews. I guess my sister's public defender hadn't informed her before then, and she was finding out for the first time in the courtroom that day. Well, my sister has never been one to react well to bad news. And after the judge let the news slip about my custody charges against her, my sister completely snapped. Despite us being in the middle of a courtroom, My sister slowly angled her body towards me, screamed my name, and then pounced on me like some sort of crazed hyena. She was clawing and scratching at my face and trying to rip out chunks of my hair. It didn't take long for the bailiff to come over and pull her off of me. But she managed to bite down extremely hard on my forearm right before he got to her. It was one of the worst pains I had ever felt in my life, and the bite looked nasty. And ended up getting infected. All this happened right in front of the judge. And once everything had calmed down, I knew my sister had just sealed her entire fate. It took months and months, almost 2 years. Actually, for all of the criminal charges against my sister to pass. And for her to finally get locked up for good. She was serving a life sentence thanks to all of her crimes stacked up on top of each other. And there was no way she was seeing the light of day anytime soon since her chances for appeal were so poor. I never dropped the breaking and entering charges against my mom, and the only way my mom managed to stay out of prison was by testifying against my sister in court and throwing her under the bus. I don't think I've ever felt such sweet satisfaction as watching my mom blame my sister for everything that had happened while sobbing her usual crocodile tears. I could not believe that my mom was finally betraying her perfect golden child. Even though it had taken a lifetime, as well as the government's help. I knew that day, looking up at my mom on the stand, that it was the last time I was ever going to see her. It was the last time I ever wanted to see her. I had seen enough of her and my sister for a lifetime, and I was done with their constant toxicity. My sister had completely transformed my life into a never-ending legal battle. And I just wanted to have a normal day-to-day life again. The custody battle for my nephews dragged on. Their birth father and his family began fighting me in court for full custody against them. And it just dragged the case out further. I didn't care, there wasn't a force on earth that could keep me from my nephews now that my sister was locked up. It took almost 2 years of legal battles, but eventually, I won full custody over my boys and brought my nephews back home. I will never forget how big they smiled and how tight they hugged me when they came home and found the bedrooms I had decorated for them in my house. I walked into my youngest nephew's bedroom, and he ran to me to show me his rediscovered game. I surprised him with his little plush doggy and caught him in a tight hug when he fell into my arms. The next thing I knew, my eldest nephew joined us, and both boys cried into my hair and told me how much they missed me. My eldest boy looked up at me, smiled with his big eyes full of tears, and just said, "I knew it, Auntie. I just knew you would come back for us one day."